Welcome to the very first Open Day presented by the Open Window. During these unpredictable times, we stay true to the vision and culture at Open Window to think outside of the box with a positive outlook and ability to adapt to any situation. As an individual speakers proceed during the day, our student advisor teams will be available to assist with any questions that might not be answered during the presentation today. My name is Yolandi Gabet, and my portfolio at the Open Window is that of student liaison. During the student studies at the Open Window, they will get to know me quite well, as I filter through to quite a few different functionalities, such as Open Window Buddies, First Year Camp, Orientation, Campus Counsellor, Student Help Desk, Student Support, Academic Tutoring, which is the mentorship program run by the SRC, Academics, Reassessment Marks and Mark Queries, CSI projects, competition, student excursions, clubs, internships with the third-year students, affiliation, and then the SRC, which is known as the Student Representative Council. With the mentioning list of functionalities, a short description of the most vital ones. Open Window Buddies are current students in different fields of subjects, chosen to select the applicants with the details through the process, telling them a bit more about what student life is and assisting with any questions regarding subjects. Once an applicant has been registered as a first-year student, they will receive an invitation to our first-year camp. A wonderful opportunity to get to know your fellow first-year students, as well as your buddies, which you've been chatting to. There is a limit of the students that can go on the camp, so make sure to jump on the bandwagon the moment you can. This year was the first time that we could be able to take 90 students on this outing. Part of the camp would be leadership trainings, being able to work in groups, and of course, horsing around as students do before the beginning of the academic year. During the orientation week on campus, students are introduced to our faculty, staff members that they would work with on a regular basis. During this week progression, each day is dedicated to either the rules and regulations, meeting the academic head, heads of school, and the respective subject lecturers of the year in the departments to be assisted. In detail, depth has gone into the subjects to ensure that the students have selected the right combination for their future studies and aspiring careers. As part of the orientation, they will receive a drawing kit and a welcome pack as a gesture to feel more at home and part of the Open Window family. A student card will be provided to grant a student safe and secure access to our campus grounds. Our campus counsellor also presents a slot during orientation, offering additional student support, such as time management, study methods, coping skills, as well as accountability partnerships on an academic level. Her most vital role at Open Window would be working with students who are in need of emotional support, as moving away from home and being far from your parents is quite challenging to the young ones. Students might also be going through something difficult and want to speak to somebody that is disconnected to the scenario for advice on how to proceed. When the academic year starts, all students' first point of contact would be our student help desk, situated in reception by Stephanie Clark. Should these queries be a bit more complex, they will be escalated to myself to assist the student as prompt as possible, whether it is a personal matter or academic. All parent queries regarding the young adults studying with us will be directed to me to assist as soon as possible with the correct information requested, or set up a meeting to discuss any matters they are concerned about or what the Open Window should be aware of, as example, students with medical diagnosis or medical conditions. To touch base on the above details shared with you today, a quick reminder from before I hand over to our student-elected SRC President of 2020, Nicole Thackeray.
student life going forward. All right. Right, so the Open Window has an elected student body called the Student Representative Council. And here's a little picture of us, all of our various portfolios, and in the middle there is our SRC mom and also a lecturer, Hester. So she's great, and that's all of us in our uniforms. We are an elected student group, and we're here to represent our peers. We aim to act as like a communication bridge to communicate the students' best interests to the Open Window staff. We aim to offer support and guidance and foster a safe and inclusive campus culture, as well as heading up various events and social initiatives. So we are made up of the president, that's me, and then we have deputy president, secretary, treasurer, and then 2 people each allocated to social and events, as well as advisory and student support. So there you can see that's me, different picture, and my wonderful deputy president, Zelswa. So our job is to basically lead and mediate within the SRC group. We have lots of admin duties, and we are, of course, the figurehead for the whole SRC on campus, and so we aim to be as visible, available, and useful as possible to all of our fellow learners. And then we have our administrative portfolio, which is made up of our secretary and treasurer, our secretary being Sam Dolman, and our treasurer, Michelle Dexter. Their main job is to assist the presidency with all of the admin jobs that keep the show running in the background, as well as communications, budget, expenditure. So for all those cool parties we throw, there's some financial implications that they have to keep track of. And then we've got our wonderful social and events portfolio. There's Jared and Emil. See, they're both very cool. Check out their cool glasses. And they're in charge of student socials. They turn the events that the students want to see into a reality. They oversee a lot of the clubs, and of course they're in charge of the social media. Very, very important, and more so important in this virtual time that we are going through. And then very importantly, we have advisory and student support. So this is made up of Vincent Andrews and our man Ali over there. And they are in charge of the mentorship program. They deal with struggling or special needs students, any personal problems, any academic problems. Their aim is to provide support and solutions. And they also keep in touch with students on various online platforms such as Instagram, Discord, all sorts. So they make sure that the students feel supported and in touch with their fellow peers and also with Open Window as an institution. Right, so what have we been up to this year? Some more fun stuff. So despite the challenge of moving online this year, we've tried to provide our fellow students with a lot of support, and we're trying to make it as fun as possible, even though we can't physically be together on campus. That doesn't mean that we can slack off. We've still got lots of opportunities to be a good influence on all of our peers. So we are obviously running a very active social media presence. We have a very active Instagram. We also use WhatsApp groups, Discord, and Google Meets to stay in touch with all of our fellow students. If anyone wants to go follow the Open Window SRC page, the handle's at the bottom there, and it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool student content and some memes for anyone who's interested in that. There's a picture of the SRC, and so we've been doing a lot during the quarantine to try and provide entertainment and also to stay in touch with students during the lockdown. So we've been doing interviews with lecturers. We've been creating a lot of collaborations with various student groups, top 10 lists and fun interactive things with the students. We also advertise a lot of the other stuff that's happening on campus, such as the Exquisite Corks, and lots more. So go check that out if you're interested. One of our other priorities is student life. So we aim to enrich student life in lots of ways, such as advertising and overseeing some of the clubs on campus. For example, the Citizens of Kane Student Film Club is run by 2 of our members, Ali and Jared. And so they are obviously very active, and they have a very active Discord. They're still hosting screenings, even though we can't have screenings in the AV. That's not going to stop us. Right, we're involved in the Glee Club, the Synth Sense, which is a sound design club, the Eco Club, and then our first virtual club, which is the Open Window Isolation Club, and you can check out the hashtag there at the bottom, see some of the stuff that the students are making. We're also in charge of campus parties, although we haven't had an opportunity to have too many of those. But this is the one campus party that we did host in the first term. This is the freshman Joel. So there's some pics of that. And obviously we're going to make up for lost time when we get back to campus by just hosting so many parties. So yeah, we're very active in making sure that there's fun social engagement for the students. Right. So our main priority is to act as a support system. Student life can be really challenging. Tight deadlines are a bit of a shocker the first time round. So we aim to reach out to every student to offer support, keep tabs on anyone who's struggling, and if the students just want to talk to another student, to vent, to get their frustrations out, we are absolutely there to listen and to help them find solutions to their problems. Because ultimately, this is what we are there for, is the well-being of our peers. So that's what we want to aim for as a student representative council. We're also really passionate about giving back. So we head up a lot of charity initiatives. For example, the first two, No More Starving Artists and the Centurion SPCA Tin Drive. These are two things that were happening on campus before the lockdown, one of which is a feeding scheme and sandwich drive for any struggling students and for the ground staff. And then also a tin drive for the Centurion SPCA. And then also we have a virtual charity initiative that we headed up just this past week, actually. As part of the Open Window Isolation Club, we did an online charity auction, which was very, very successful. So this is where the lecturers and students who had been making art in isolation very generously donated some of their work to us in order to auction it off for the Railways Kitchen of Compassion feeding scheme for COVID-19 relief. And I'm very happy to say that this online auction was a great success, and we raised a little bit over 13,000 Rand in order to help that feeding scheme. So we're keeping on. Let's try and involve our students in everything we do, like the Open Window merch competition. So this is where a lot of students submitted designs for Open Window merch. And so there's the winning design over here. And yeah, we try and keep the students involved in stuff like this so that they can feel very proud of the institution that they go to, and also just get to make cool merch that they want to wear. All right, so we've been also trying to strategize some COVID-19 boredom busting, because it can be really boring sitting at home. But so we've been making these amazing little templates for people to give their favorite game and movie recommendations, some gift challenges, and also one of our students made a very cool Snapchat filter for all of our online classes, so you can have your part of the school, so film, CT, or VC on a little face filter. That's quite fun. Right, and so that's pretty much us. We obviously do a lot more, but that's just really the highlights reel. Thank you very much for listening. And please stay with us for the next session on student intake procedure with Marika.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Lundy, for taking us a little bit through student life at Open Window. My name is Marika Buerta, and I just want to say good morning. Thank you for joining our first ever virtual Open Day. And what we will be discussing today is how to approach the journey from high school to the amazing world of tertiary education at Open Window. So today I will chat a bit more about the admission process, as well as a step-by-step guide and the people that will walk this journey with you. What we want to achieve is we want to help you achieve creating your world, inventing your vision, and exploring your talent. We have shared a dashboard with you today on YouTube Live. On the right-hand side, you will see there is an opportunity for you to ask direct questions. Someone from our sales team will be in contact with you today. We have a dedicated team of student advisors as well as subject experts here to help us with those questions. A little bit more about Open Window. Open Window was established in 1993. We are a registered private higher education institution offering certificates, degrees, postgraduates, and we want to make sure that you join us for the next session where our head of academics, Jane, will actually take you through more in-depth fun facts around these qualifications. So our mission is to deliver creative, critical thinkers who possess the technical, dynamic, professional, and multi-skilled capabilities required by the global industry. We merge theory and practice to develop future professionals in ever-developing disciplines. Some of these disciplines just include game design, industrial design, photography, illustration, film and animation, interaction design, and development. With high academic standards and curricula constantly inspired by innovation and cutting-edge technology, becoming part of the open window is not just defining your journey into the tertiary world, but we want to invite you to join our family and share your vision that you have for the creative arts. So, big question, how do you join? Step 1, apply. Before you apply with Open Window, we offer a free opportunity to every single student to meet with one of our student advisors. You can simply follow the link shared as well on YouTube to go to the Sales Chat Lounge, where you will be able to connect with one of those student advisors. And these dedicated advisors are basically your bigger brothers and sisters in this journey. So a student advisor, as I said, can be considered as your older brother and sister, someone that will take the time to understand your passion, to understand your drive, and work on a roadmap to create that future career. An interview with a student advisor is nothing to stress about. You can dress in whatever you want, and during COVID-19, we are still completing virtual interviews where you are welcome to chat with us on Hangouts or Zoom. The main objective of this interview is to help a student analyze what it is that they want as their top 3 careers and go through qualification information, major combinations for various different skills because we offer cross-pollination, and also to make sure that we cover financial guidance and planning. Financial guidance and planning with Open Window is something that we do support. We understand that studies can be difficult, and we want to make sure that it is accessible and affordable for all our parents and students. The financial aid that we offer is in the form of student loans, as well as information you can get from your student advisor regarding external bursaries available for students specifically in our industries. So what we are looking for is a way to help you access your dreams. For those that want to get away from home, I know you're 18, some of you can't wait to live a little bit closer to campus. We do offer assistance with accommodation planning and can connect you to people in Centurion in the leafy suburbs where we are located to help you find a nice spot for the next 3 years. Equipment is also something that we require in the creative industry. Your student advisor will go through in-depth equipment specs that will be required for your studies. After all of the information has been covered and you feel comfortable and ready to join the family, you will have an opportunity to apply and register with Open Window. Admissions for 2021 have opened. We are fortunate that we've already had 79 students register for next year. And what we are allowed is only 400 first years in the 2021 academic year. So we urge everyone to connect with a student advisor as soon as you can to make sure that we can reserve your spot for next year. To qualify for admissions into one of our qualifications, we would require you to have a copy of your latest results. During COVID-19, we have realized that a lot of students do not have access to grade 12 results yet, and what we have allowed is students can start registering with their grade 11 results. Grade 11 results will be used for the interview to calculate what you qualify to study at Open Window. So the big question here is, why do I actually need those results? We use these results to determine your Open Window count. An Open Window count is very similar to your APS score that you know at school, but we have a specific count where we even incentivize students for an extra point subjects related to the qualification that you're going to study. So visual arts was in fact the right choice of subject in grade 9. For final registration, a portfolio of 6 creative works will be required. This can be in any of the disciplines that we offer at Open Window. What is important is that if you do not have a portfolio, as soon as you apply, you will get access to an Open Window buddy. So after successful application, your advisor will assign an Open Window buddy through the student support team, Yolandi, that you met earlier. And a current Open Window student will guide you through those portfolio requirements. Not just that, as soon as we open our doors back at campus, you will be able to do some class shadowing as well. Get a touch and feel for how we do and how we teach at Open Window before you decide to join us. Applications can also be completed online, so your student advisor will be able to direct you to a link where you can go and complete your application as soon as open day is over today. So before we continue, I would just like to introduce the student recruitment team, the dedicated team of student advisors that will actually be helping you through this journey. Chantal, can you say hi to the team?
Good morning, guys.
Okay, we've got Jason van der Merwe. We have Jonathan Cross. Oh, we have Kobus van Niekerk. We'll get back to Jono. We have Mpo Chabalala.
Good morning.
And we have Octavian Stein.
Good morning, everyone.
We are all extremely excited to be here today with you, and we look forward to everyone inquiring with us today and finding out a bit more. Questions can be asked in the lounge throughout the proceedings of today, and you are welcome to keep one tab open on the lounge whilst you're watching the YouTube live stream. The most important part of what we do in the student recruitment team is make sure that someone is there for any question regarding any tertiary information you need for next year. There's no question too big or too small, and please ask as many as you can. We look forward to helping you guys out in the year to join us 2021. So please keep online for a couple of minutes. You will soon be joined by our head of academics, Jane, and her team, and this team will inform you exactly the ins and outs of what our industry requires. Thank you, everyone.
Hi. Can I start? Hi, everyone. I'm Jane Crochet Hall Robertson. I'm the academic head of the Open Window. I'm really excited to welcome you today to our first ever virtual Open Day, and I'm so happy that you're interested in studying at the Open Window. So the Open Window fosters a culture of exploration, learning, and inventiveness. Students get to explore their creativity and develop a unique and creative style and approach. But also, our students build confidence. They get excited about their creative future. They make meaningful friendships. They grow, carving a path in the world, and they become self-sufficient. You might be wondering why it is beneficial to study in a creative field. The leading people in any field are those who can think creatively and innovatively. A creative academic career enables you to develop skills to work both independently and collaboratively. The field teaches determination and resilience, which is my favorite quality in people, grit. Arts and cultural learning encourages awareness, empathy, and appreciation of difference and the diversity of the views of others. Creativity is essential in a global economy that needs a workforce that is knowledgeable, imaginative, and innovative. So the Open Window offers a number of qualifications. We offer certificates in design techniques, photography, film and TV production, and 3D animation and VFX. Our certificates are generally one-year courses. Certificates are a great option for those not ready to complete a degree yet, and can also act as a bridge into the degree program if you don't have a degree entrance APS score, or the Open Window equivalent is the Open Window count. Due to our current situation, I also wanted to let you know that we are accepting students on grade 11 marks for now. Degrees include a Bachelor of Arts in Visual Communication Design, a Bachelor of Interaction Design, and a Bachelor of Film Arts. And degrees are a minimum of 3-year courses, but you can opt to do them over 4 or 5 years. We also offer an honors degree in visual communication as part of our postgraduate offering. So an honors degree is a minimum of a 1-year course with the option of also doing it over 2 years. We house our qualifications in schools. So at the open window, we have 4 schools. We have the School of Visual Communication, we have the School of Creative Technologies, and the School of Film Arts, and then the School of Animation Arts. And today you will have an opportunity to meet each of the heads of schools, their subject managers, and lecturers to find out more about what they do and what they offer. I would like to remind all of our guests to please use the virtual Open Day navigation page to book sessions with our student advisors should they wish to have an opportunity to direct questions via a live chat session. You will also notice on the YouTube live stream page, there is a section for comments. Please feel free to pop any questions there. As we go throughout the day, we will be monitoring the chat and answering there on the chat. And we'll also try and answer specific questions at the end of each school's session. For the next session, I would like to introduce you to Micah Bakker. She's the head of school for visual communication, and she'll give you a bit more information on the offering related to the School of Visual Communication. But on that note, I look forward to meeting all of you on campus in 2021. Thank you.
I'm here. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Micah Bakker. I'm the head of school for visual communication. Thank you so much for joining us today. With me today in representing the School of Visual Communication are Carmen Kutje, Nina Tor, and Suzette Deploy. So I'd just like to briefly introduce them to you. So Carmen Kutje is the subject manager for communication design.
Hello.
Nina Tor is the subject manager for illustration.
Hi.
And Suzette Deploy is the subject manager for photography.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so they will give you a little bit more information about the particular subjects later on. I'm going to now present my screen to you so that you can have visuals that we will talk you through. Okay, so as the VC lecturing body isn't able to join us today, I wanted to briefly introduce you to them. So if you choose to study within the School of Visual Communication, you will encounter at least a few of their faces at some point or another. So here they all are. And all the lecturers possess postgraduate qualifications, and most don't only lecture, but also have direct involvement in the creative industry. All of them are experts in their particular field, and their contribution forms part of the bigger team effort which the school is founded on. And now I will briefly outline a few aspects of the visual communication design program, and then after that, the subject managers will provide further info. So a little bit about the academic offering. The visual communication design program is designed to offer our graduates an exciting and sustainable career in the creative industry. Beyond the areas of specialization offered within the school, students also have the opportunity to develop an interdisciplinary skill set due to the wide technical wide selection of skill-based modules that are also offered within the school. So some examples of these modules that we offer are marketing, painting, copywriting, experimental design, and many more. So in addition to this, our students also learn how to develop their critical thinking skills through the offering of our theory subjects, which equip them with a theoretical foundation. And students therefore develop a deeper understanding of the role that an academic inquiry plays in the creative process in order to ultimately make them better creative practitioners. And beyond the theory offering on first year level, we also have the drawing and narrative subject that we're introducing. And here the students will learn how to develop technical drawing skills, as well as another very important skill, which is to express stories or visuals, narratives in a visual sense. That takes us to the next point on critical thinkers and on bold portfolios. I've touched on critical thinking that students are equipped with in our theory subjects. So this doesn't stop there. It's also carried through within the practical subjects. Beyond developing strong practical skills during their studies at Open Window, our students become equipped with the creative problem-solving skills during the course of their studies. Other than learning how to develop a project from the beginning phase, so from idea, sketch on paper to its final execution, they're also taught to implement a high level of professional refinement throughout their creative portfolio. So this approach allows our students to graduate possessing a refined skill set that they are then able to apply with a great sense of confidence once they finally enter the industry after graduating. And this provides our graduates with a competitive edge that is required once entering the workplace. A little bit about our alumni success. So we are proud of the numerous achievements of some of our alumni students, as many have gone on to make remarkable contributions to the South African creative field. Our graduates have forged their own path in industry, whether working for a studio, a big agency, in the capacity of a freelancer, or even in establishing their own creative company. Our alumni have proven to be bold in taking on the creative industry, which shows that they are able to form strong, well-considered concepts and can execute these with a level of mastery, whether be it through illustration, design, or photography. Our school thus attracts students that are not scared to take on creative challenges and that enjoy engaging in creative experimentation and are interested in taking these skills to the next level in order to make a larger creative contribution within our local context and beyond. So Jane has already touched on sort of postgraduate studies, but just to reiterate, in addition to offering a Bachelor of Arts in Visual Communication Design, students also have the opportunity to pursue a postgraduate qualification at honours level after completing their degree. So this gives the students the opportunity to follow an academic career, to operate on an international level, or to further hone their skills as visual communicators. Okay, so that covers it from my side. Thanks, everyone. I will now hand over to Carmen Kutja. Carmen will provide further information about communication design. Okay, Carmen, over to you.
Thank you, Micah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our virtual open day. I'm very excited to show you some of our student work. In communication design, students become skilled creative thinkers and problem solvers that can work across many different media platforms. You will see in the example student work that we will show in a moment that communication design as a subject at the Open Window pairs very well with some other subjects like illustration, photography, motion design, and interaction design. In the first year, the focus is on developing technical skills and mastering basic design theories. We work on screen from first year already, so you get to know all your software. And in the first term, we do character design and playing card design. When we move to term 2, it's all about typography, and students explore traditional and experimental approaches in typography. That includes expressive typography and tactile typography. We then move on to image generation, where we explore concept development and different styles of image making for different commercial clients. And we apply these designs to posters and packaging. Then lastly, the fourth term of the first year This is the last term where all the skills that you have learned so far come together. This is where we integrate image and type into a layout. The design skills learned in first year of Communication Design 100 are valuable skills no matter what major you choose. The second year aims to introduce students to current theories and practices of communication design through relevant and academic practical assignments. We take on projects like identity design, creative advertising, editorial layout, and packaging design. All these projects help students to develop both their conceptual and technical skills through relevant creative briefs. These briefs allow students a significant amount of freedom so that they can develop their own process and unique voice. The second year is where students really come into their own and start understanding what it takes to create and appreciate good design. The third year places a strong focus on practical exposure and conceptual thinking, and students become more autonomous in their process. Students take on more open-ended creative briefs that encourage them to be more versatile designers and apply their design solutions on a variety of media platforms. Students take on projects like the design of identity systems, layout design for digital and print, advertising, packaging design, integrated campaign design, and lastly, they take on a self-promotional project that includes portfolio design. At the end of this year, students will have a versatile and relevant portfolio and the ability and confidence to pursue their passion in the industry fields covered by the subject. Please also take a look at our Design Technique Certificate course, which runs for 1 year, either during the days or the evenings, and this course covers a broad range of topics related to communication design. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much, Carmen. So just a reminder that we do have time for questions later on. So if you have any further questions for Carmen relating to communication design, then she will answer them in our Q&A session. But next up, we've got Suzette Deploy. So Suzette, we're ready for you. Suzette will talk you through photography.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's good to be here with you this morning. You know, photography, even though our classes include the relevant theory, the photography department places a lot of emphasis on practical. Right from the beginning, we make sure students experience real-life scenarios on location. We have actually created a compilation of video clips and photographs where you can see what our students experience in class. So please make sure to watch it. It will be given to you, will give you a much better idea of what we offer. You can find the link placed in our live chat. In the first year, students are introduced to technology. They will learn about their camera and the various settings in manual mode. We explore motion and the capturing of that moment in time. Students will learn to explore natural light, just like the great black and white masters of old. They will learn to manipulate it and create beautiful still lifes and low and high key portraits. Flash photography and studio photography are banned from first year. Rather, students are encouraged to experiment with light and will learn to manipulate it. Other aspects of photography are covered like composition, the elements of design, color theory, and Photoshop, with particular emphasis placed on storytelling. In second year, it is basically commercially based. Students will learn how to build light in the studio as well as on location. Students are introduced to our state-of-the-art studio that competes with some of the best studios for hire in Gauteng. First term will cover portraiture as well as product photography, and you will learn how light behaves with different surfaces like glass, texture, and skin. Assignments are tailor-made to fit industry standards and what an advertising and commercial photographer could find to do in the real world. Emphasis is placed on commercial work that includes set building, advertising, commercial, and corporate work. Students will learn how to build light using battery-operated studio lights, as well as speed lights. They will also learn how to mix available light with flash to create visually compelling images that are still commercially applicable. By the successful completion of second year, the student is already well versed in the technical aspects of camera work, lighting, and post-production. The emphasis of third year is the individual student and his or her design of an end-of-year portfolio that carries the student's distinct voice and personal style. Each term, students will also be challenged to complete a series of assignments where the emphasis is placed on visual storytelling and conceptual thinking. Throughout the year, students work on creating a commercial portfolio for their personal website, and students are also versed in their brand identity as a professional photographer, from invoicing and business card to their social media presence. Finally, students will generate a series of images on a topic of their own choice to be compiled in an artist's book. The theoretical component of the book and artist statement that results is a good exercise for students that are interested in pursuing our honours program. It is also a great Luris project, and many of our students have indeed won this coveted reward as a result of this assignment. We do also offer a one-year certificate program, so please make sure to contact one of our sales representatives to give you more information on this program. It is a one-year certificate program, so again, you can find it in the link. And for those of you that need more information in regards to our equipment requirements for photography, you can also find the link in the chat or down below, or on our website, sorry. So that's all from me. So thank you for watching.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thanks, Suzette. So again, also Suzette will be available for further questions. And next up, we've got Nina Tour. So Nina will talk you through illustration and give you a little bit more insight as to what the subject entails. Okay, Nina, over to you.
Okay, thanks, Micah. Hi, everyone. So there tends to be a little bit of a jump between the art that you make in high school and becoming a contemporary illustrator. So our course is designed to help you bridge that gap. In the first year, we start off with more traditional techniques in drawing and painting. Students are exposed to different mediums and encouraged to experiment. After that, we go through composition and rendering, and we draw from live models in order to gain a deeper understanding of form and anatomy. The focus in first year is to develop a strong set of skills and techniques and begin thinking critically about how you convey ideas through your images. In second year, the focus is on style and experimentation. Here, the students begin to integrate more digital techniques into their work and begin exploring various styles in illustration. We look at visual metaphor, scientific illustration, children's books, and we create a series of illustrated products. Lastly, in third year, the focus is on ideas and developing a strong industry-ready portfolio. By this point, students have begun developing their own unique approach to illustration. We look at editorial illustration and layout and create a series of posters for advertising. One of my favorite projects is where the students create their own zine. Here they develop their own theme and concept and create a booklet of illustrations to convey their ideas. At the end of the course, students prepare for entry into the industry by developing a series of illustrations to promote their unique set of skills. The goal is to get our students ready to enter the industry with a strong and diverse portfolio, as well as a good set of communication skills to build strong client relationships. Illustration is a growing and thrilling industry to take part in. It's not only a career, but a way of life.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks so much, Nina. I think that gave a good overview of the subject. I hope you also enjoyed the student work. Apologies about the skipping in the images. Okay, so yeah, thank you for joining us in sort of the overview of visual communication. I hope that the subject managers sort of managed to provide more information about their subjects. I hope you've got a little bit more insight as to what each of these subjects entail. Obviously, there is much more to be known about these particular subjects. So this leaves us with a little bit of time for you to ask us questions. So we would like to hand over to you. We are going to be taking some questions in the YouTube live chat. So if you've posted questions, we'll get back to you now. If you still have a question or anything that we haven't quite touched on, please place that in the chat. I will now stop presenting my screen so that you get to see our faces again.
Hi, Micah. I'm going to relay some questions that are still coming through in the chat. But for now, I have a question for illustration. Why would I study illustration over fine arts?
Yes, this is a good question. We get this a lot. So a lot of students actually come here trying to decide whether to do illustration or fine arts. I find that illustration is quite a good career path to go, even if you want to become a fine artist, because we do cover a lot of the same techniques and materials. But at the same time, what we do is explore a lot of different styles in addition to techniques and things like that. We also have a strong focus on concept. So a lot of our students end up becoming practicing artists and illustrators. And I do feel there is a sort of fine line, and a lot of people float in between the two. So we help you develop strong commercial skills, but at the same time, there's good critical thinking so that you can also possibly practice as an artist as well.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Lina. I've also got another question here relating to the Design Techniques Certificate Program. What is the difference, and this is for you, Carmen, so what is the difference between the Design Techniques Certificate and doing the degree in visual communication? Can you touch on that for us, please?
So the main difference is the level of the qualification and the amount of time it will take you to complete it. So the Design Technique Certificate is 1 year and you will receive a national certificate, whereas the BA degree is 3 years and you will receive a BA degree in visual communication. So the Design Techniques certificate is a lower qualification than the degree. Very often the people that do that qualification are people that are either already working in industry and they want to upskill. Sometimes it's people that want to change careers. Sometimes it's younger people that just can't wait to get into industry and they need to get the skills to go and design. So that's the main differences. The first year of communication design in the visual communication degree is very similar to Design Techniques. Design Techniques has 14 different modules, so that's 14 different fields or fields of investigation or projects that you will be taking on in 1 year. So by the end of that year, you have quite a versatile skill set, and you'll have the portfolio of an amateur or junior designer, and you'll be able to create your own portfolio and find a job with that. It just depends on what your requirements are, what your needs are, whoever takes the degree or the Design Technique Certificate.
Okay, super. Thanks, Carmen. I think that clarified that well. And I see a question for Suzette. So relating to photography, this is more of a gear-based question. Suzette, if someone already is in possession of a camera and they want to sort of study photography, are they able to use what they have, or how does that work? Can you elaborate on the gear for us?
Yes. My advice to students are always to first check with us before they purchase gear. It's very, very expensive, and first year is quite financially quite challenging for a student when they start in the beginning. I mean, they have to purchase computers, they have to purchase software. So I would really suggest them not to buy any equipment, but rather come to campus and try to use what they have. We do have a industry day in the first semester, in the second week of the first term, where we actually invite all the from Johannesburg to Pretoria, different shops to actually come and give advice to the students, and we are actually right there next to the student to actually help them buy the right equipment. But we do have an equipment list available on our website, and that is one of the questions under our frequently asked questions that I actually answer quite in detail. So please have a look at that equipment list, and also, I've listed cameras that I know does not work at all. So maybe if you are in, if you have one of those cameras, I will, in that list, I actually explain why they're not working. But first year is very technology based. So it is in the entry level or foundation year. Cameras actually become a challenge from second year when we start competing with actually with the professional world, where students actually do real life assignments. So no, first year I think is still fine if you use what you have. Okay.
Fantastic. Thanks, Suzette. Yeah, that provides more insight. It's often gear forms a big part of photography, so it's good to have that answered. And then, Nina, I've got more questions for you. So, and Carmen, if you can then also elaborate on that with regards to communication design. But first, with regards to illustration, what would you say are some of the career opportunities that an illustrator has?
I would say you can operate, you can create children's books, posters. There's a lot of advertising that requires illustration. As Carmen says, illustration pairs very well with comm design. So it's really good to have a good set of design skills in addition to illustration. And I think you strengthen your career opportunities if you have both of those skills, because then again, you can alternate between the two. As I said, a lot of our illustration students also end up operating as sort of illustration artists. So you can also sell work, artworks in galleries. You can create your own line of products. The patterns, textile. So there's quite a lot of opportunities. I think the thing with illustration is you become quite versatile. So you can solve problems and you can find gaps in the market and try and fill them.
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, thanks. I think it shows there's a lot of opportunity in the field of illustration, and that an illustrator can really sort of tailor make their own career with all the different possibilities. And Carmen, can you sort of answer that with regards to communication design? What are the options for graduates there?
Yes, I want to add on to what Nina said, that Open Window has a multidisciplinary approach in most of our subjects. We have different modules and majors that you can take together. So that's why we keep on saying that different subjects work well together. So with communication design, it works well with many different subjects. So that means that the opportunities, job opportunities actually opens up quite a lot depending on the modules that you take with it. But a communication designer would typically be able to do anything in advertising, packaging, layout design for print or digital, anything to do with identity design or branding, social media design. So it has to do with quite a versatile design application, a lot of different information design.
Super. Yeah, okay, so thanks for clarifying. I think as both stated, double majoring, as we call it, where you sort of have two major subjects that often works quite well. We've got communication design, illustration complementing each other, photography and communication design also sort of go well hand in hand. So yeah, that provided more clarity. And then we've got another question for illustration. So yeah, for illustration, will students learn more skills such as how to develop backgrounds, perspective, etc.? So I believe that relates more to sort of technical skills as well, and also showing how to illustrate environments. Nina, can you talk us through that, please?
Yes, there's a strong focus on technical skills in first year. So there's a lot of drawing from observation and figure drawing, perspective drawing. So a lot of those very technical things get covered in first year. In second year, the focus shifts a little bit more to what you do with this information. So how do you, because everybody then starts developing their own style and trying out different approaches and concepts. So at the end of the day, it depends on the brief and the project that you're working on. That will affect the kind of treatment that you use. So while there is a strong focus on learning those basic skills, as you develop in the years, the focus is more on what you do with that information, and also how you then break the rules and develop your own voice.
Okay, super. Yeah, so all that is covered within the course. Great. And then I've got a question also relating back to photography. So Suzette, you mentioned something about a lot of workshops as well. Can you sort of expand on the workshops? What do these entail? What is the aim of these workshops?
Yes, sure. We do believe, again, like I said, for us, it's important that our students experience real life situations. So in first year, for example, if we do motion, I think it was this last year. This year we had lockdown, so that was a little bit problematic. But last year they went to a racetrack where they were photographing cars. The year before that, they went to the Swartkop Air Force Base with derby girls and ballerinas and dancers that they shot with aeroplanes and things like that, which was a lot of fun. And these workshops, especially on first year, they can be up to 60, 70 students. So it's also quite fun, and it's very social. We have a Pretval workshop where students go to Pretval, and then we do nighttime photography where we shoot until 11 o'clock at night. And we do these workshops also because, sometimes, especially when you do nighttime photography, it's much safer also to do it in a workshop environment. Second year, we go, last year we went to Prop Stars with students. It's a professional studio where the students actually experienced a real life set building studio where a set was built, and it was an advertising photography set, and we had Andre Badenhorst that actually came over and with Fuji, and they basically experienced a real life advertising set. And that also gives them an opportunity to rub shoulders with the industry, especially in third year. We have a lot of these speakers coming in and driving these workshops, and that's an opportunity for our students to ask them questions, and a lot of them actually end up, doing the internships with these photographers or the industry, and actually procure jobs after their studies. So for us, workshops are really, really important. And again, if you watch the video we compiled on the links below, you will actually see a lot of those workshops happening. So yes, no, it's very
thanks Suzette. I think that sounds absolutely exciting. So there's a lot of opportunity for students to really develop their skills. An important thing Suzette touched on that I think is worth sort of reiterating is the sort of contact with industry. So we do, within the School of Visual Communication, we've got lots of people from industry that come and also make contact with the students, that share their knowledge, and that also sort of give them a little bit of insight into the realities of what the industry holds. And I think this is also quite an exciting sort of aspect of the course. And the next question I've got then is for you, Carmen. So if I want to study communication design, what software knowledge do I need to have?
So lucky for you, nothing. We need basic computer literacy. We teach you everything. So we've got a compulsory subject in first year, which all the first years will be taking, where you'll learn the relevant software for the different subjects or majors that you have selected. And that's for all the first year subjects at Open Window. But then for communication design, we do start on screen from the first year already, and we feel that's a very beneficial thing for our students. But you don't need to know anything right now. We will teach you everything you need to know, where you need to click, how you need to click, what you shouldn't be doing, and how you can be experimental in the software.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Carmen. So there you have it. You will sort of be taught all the software that you need to know. So no need to worry about that. I've got another question here for Suzette. So I would like to ask, when applying for photography, if not accepted for the degree, would one's chances of getting accepted the following year increase if they obtain the certificate first? So Suzette, can you just touch on that briefly?
Well, I think that is a question I'm rather going to leave for Kobus and the team, because I think that has to do with APS scores and, you know, more about the intake of, you know, if they have to come for selections and things like that. So maybe Jane, if you can take this question.
Yes, Marcus, you would have a better chance of getting into the degree if you do the certificates. It does allow you to bridge into the degree program, but it is dependent on the success of your completion of that qualification. And of course, we'll help you every step of the way if that's something you do want to do to ensure that you can get into the degree. We'll do our best if you do yours.
Okay, thanks, Jane. There we go. And then also a question sort of relating to communications, but it actually relates to all subjects, so I will take this one. What type of industry exposure will we receive in third year? So this question is particularly focused on communication design, so I will sort of answer it in general, and then Carmen, you can further elaborate. But just to highlight that in third year, you do have a lot of industry people that come and also sort of, you know, that come and visit classes here and there. We also have a Behance portfolio day that we do in collaboration with other industries. That's where students get to sort of share their portfolios. They get industry feedback, which is fantastic. So there's a direct contact with industry. We also have in our final term professional practice, and this is where students also have speakers from industry that come and provide further insight into what the students can expect in industry. So they also sort of share their expertise. They provide a little bit of a glimpse of what's to be expected once students graduate and enter industry. Yeah, so there's quite a lot of access points for students, and I think in addition to that, another thing is that students also have to do, also have experiential learning opportunities where they are placed within agencies or companies, and that is where they can also sort of observe how industry works. They get a first-hand overview of the dynamics of different companies. They get a better idea of where in industry they would like to position themselves. As I've mentioned, you get smaller companies, you get big agencies, you get freelancers. So that also provides the opportunity to see what sort of works for them and where do they see themselves eventually working once they graduate. But I don't know if Carmen, is there anything in particular that you would like to add to that question?
No, you pretty much covered it in a lot of detail.
Okay, good. Okay, so there we have it, lots of sort of contact. And then another question relating, so I've touched on the alumni success, but I think also just to get more of an idea of the different types of jobs that students might be doing in each of the subjects once they've graduated. Can each of the subject managers give me an example of what some of their students might be doing now that they are finally out there in industry and sort of taking on the South African creative industry? Can we start with illustration there? Nina, can you give us an overview?
Sure. So some alumni successes. I think one of our superstars is Karabo Poppy, who is sort of jet setting all over the world. She's doing murals in the States. She's designed shoes with Nike. She's been in music videos. So she's very versatile illustrator and also public persona. We also have Lisa Marie Dreyer, who's running Aurora Creative Studio, creating her own series of products and graphic design and illustration. So there's quite a few different options. Now, off the top of my head, I can't think of more, but there are.
Yeah, I can also think of another example. One of our alumni recently sort of developed illustrations for a book that was published, Emil Weppener. So I think what's also exciting in terms of illustration, there's so much opportunity in terms of publishing beyond the fact that advertising and sort of, yeah, editorial also has opportunities. And then let's hear from you, Suzette. In terms of photography, anything, where are your past students now? What are they doing out in industry?
Yes, a lot of our students actually do go overseas. So we actually have Nicole Laxton that's now doing photography in New York. She's doing very well in fashion. We've got Gareth Barkley that now lives in Cape Town, but he does a lot of also fashion in Cape Town, but also in Europe. We've got Shares for Yoon that is now is just doing post-production for Vogue magazine. He now lives in Germany. And then here in South Africa, still here with us is, you know, and again, it's now from the top of your head, so you kind of forget a little, you know, being put on the spot. But we've got Bontley Yuku that actually ended her studies last year with us, graduated, and she was just voted on the Design in Durban and as one of the young creatives to watch. So yes, these our students actually do well. And I just want to also say that for us, competitions are quite important. So we really challenge students to enter competitions and, you know, because these open up opportunities for them as well, and to actually touch base with people, not just nationally, but internationally, like Sviyo Hlachwaya won the Sony Award in portraiture, I think, and because that led to actually an opportunity for her to go overseas to Los Angeles. So, you know, that's, yeah, so we do push our students to actually enter a lot of competitions. So, yes.
Okay, super. And then
like a parent that brags about your children.
but we are very proud of our past students, so that's absolutely in order. Carmen, what are your students, your past students doing out there in the creative industry? Can you give us a little bit of insight?
So a lot of these students, their experiences and where they are at the moment actually overlaps a lot with illustration and photography. A lot of the names that Suzette and Nina mentioned are actually students that took either both photography and communication design, or communication design and illustration. It shows you that it's good pairing different subjects. We've also got illustration communication design student Courtney, which is also now one of the emerging creatives on Design in Durban. And we have our students joining big agencies. They're part of very prominent creative teams at agencies like Grid or Joe Public or Grey Design or Promise. So yeah, because they're so versatile, they end up in many different industries. Some of them purely packaging designers, some of them social media managers, some of them end up at digital publications or printed publications. It's quite a wide variety.
Super. Okay, so I think it's clear there's a lot of opportunity out there in the creative industry. And I think this is one of the promising things, that depending on what type of person you are, there's definitely sort of different paths to pursue. So I've got a question sort of relating to what subjects, or someone's asking, what subjects do I need to have in high school in order to be able to get into the School of Visual Communication? So most of you would probably expect that one has to have art. That is not the case. You do not have to have art. You would need an open window score of 33 in order to get into the degree program. You also have to have English. So English is the language of instruction, as you've probably gathered. So that is a requirement. And beyond that, you can apply it with a portfolio in order to try to get into the degree program. So do not worry if you do not have art. As we said earlier, we do teach you a lot of things. So as long as you submit a portfolio in which you show what you are able to do, then we can take it from there. Okay, just have a look. Any other questions on the feed? Give me a moment.
Micah, an interesting question is, somebody's asked, what does a typical day look like on campus? What is the schedule? How does the classes work?
So that is an interesting question. Obviously, as a student, you will be quite busy. Your classes, you'll have in first year, your subjects the practical subject classes will be 2 hours. So you would have 2 different subjects that you've chosen. So each of those would be for 2 hours. You would also have theory. You would also have drawing and narrative. So you would have a wide variety of different subjects. Your days it depends on how you're on the scheduling of your timetable. You might not have classes every day. Mostly students don't always have classes on Fridays, depends. And yeah, you would have breaks in between. The great thing is that you also then get to recover from your classes, switch off for a bit, and then get back into the next class. That also affords you the opportunity to actually sit and work on some of your practical assignments. And we also have a lunch break. The lunch break is always from 1 to 2 o'clock. And yeah, so that is pretty much a day in short. Anything that any of the subject managers want to add to that?
I think it's also nice for students to know that we've got a very active, loud, and social area around the cafeteria. There's always music playing. And in between your classes, your friends will always, or some of your friends will always be sitting there. I think people really enjoy the vibe on campus, especially sitting in the shade under the trees, meeting friends, and we see people sitting outside on the benches with their laptops. And then 2 hours later, when you come back, they're still sitting there on their laptops and they're just busy working because it's everyone's passion. So it's quite nice seeing people, all the students socialize on campus as well.
Definitely. I think that's quite an important thing, is the fact that you also sort of have the opportunity to get to know peers and beyond sort of attending classes. As the SRC has also sort of mentioned, there's also things that go beyond that. So someone's also asked about the art portfolios, or sort of your portfolio for application. And they've asked if we assess if one can draw or not, if we only choose the best ones, do we look at our art level? So just to give you a little bit more of an idea of what we want to see in your portfolio, we want to see that you are able to think creatively. So that is the most important thing. Skill levels is something that can be addressed within the course offering. But if you are able to prove to us that you are able to think creatively, that is essentially the most important thing for you to do with your portfolio application. And keep in mind, there are drawing is one of the ways or one of the things to put into your portfolio, but you can also play with type, you can draw type, you can take photos, anything that shows that you are able to think creatively, that you can generate ideas. That is essentially what we are looking for. Okay. Great. Then I see a question on the chat here, Jane. I think this one is one for you. How does the 4-year study schedule differ from the 3-year schedule?
So on a 3-year schedule, you complete 120 credits a year. And on a 4-year study schedule, you'll opt to complete 90 credits per year. So in other words, what we do is we spread out the subjects. It's a little bit more manageable if you've got other commitments, other time commitments, but it's definitely possible if that's something that you would prefer to look at.
Great. Okay, super. And then a question also sort of relating to the class schedule for design techniques. So Carmen, can you provide more insight into that? Because if someone's working, how might their classes look? Can you elaborate?
For the hours for the design techniques.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So design techniques, we have day classes and we have evening classes. The evening classes will be 3 times a week for 3 hours each class, and that runs from 6 to 9 o'clock at night. And I know sometimes that sounds like, oh, it's a bit late, but our day schedule ends at around 6. So the students actually get the opportunity to see people that were in the classes before them as well. And then the classes from 6 to 9 get the opportunity to also come and attend our exhibitions and film screenings on campus, which actually happen at the same time as the classes. So they're very fortunate to be there for the evening events as well, and very often slip out of class a little bit to go go attend these events. So the people doing classes from 6 to 9 are generally people who have full-time jobs, and they want to actually upskill a little bit as well. That would mean then 9 hours a week, 3 times a week from 6 to 9. And that would be on the same schedule as our degree, so it will be 4 terms.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks. So there you have it. And then also just another thing that's very important that I want to point you all towards. So if you want to see a little bit more of our student work, and also Suzette mentioned earlier in the photography presentation that there's a photography video that also sort of shows a little bit more of the studio and the workshops and all of that. Then please go to the on the YouTube channel, go to the Open Window channel. You will see that we've got reels called Communication Design 100, 200, and 300. So that the 100 sort of represents the year or the level. The same for illustration, so you get a good idea of what they cover in first year and second year and third year. You also catch glimpses of the student life in there as well, and just to get a better idea of what a classroom setting is like. And also for all of the subjects, we've compiled some inspirational quotes, but not the good, the inspiring kind, from some of the what we call creative gurus, or people that have inspired us within the creative industry, in order to give you a little bit more insight into the particular subjects and sort of what one learns through that. Okay. And then I've got another question from Marcus Sabria. So here, how do we submit our portfolio now with the pandemic at large? Does it have to be physical? You can submit your portfolio digitally. That is absolutely fine, not a problem. Yeah, so digital submission, so get working. Like I said, we want to see that you are able to think creatively. And that is where that is the most important. I'm going to conclude the session. So a final thank you for everyone for joining us. Thank you for your questions and for your interest. Please, as I said, please visit the additional reels to get a little bit more insight into what we do. And yeah, we hope to eventually meet you. Please also join us for the sessions that are ahead. We've got all the other schools also presenting their schools, so stay tuned for that. Thank you so much. That's it from the School of Visual Communication. Have a good Saturday.
Thanks, Micah, Nina, Carmen, Suzette. That was so wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with everybody. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. So what I'm going to do now is introduce a short break where we're going to show some showreels. I do want to remind everyone that there is a sales lounge where the student advisors are available to do live chats with everybody. And at 11:45, 11:45, we will have a presentation from the School of Creative Technologies, and I will introduce you to Mornay Fenter, who's the Deputy Head of the School of Creative Technologies. So thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the show reels.
All right. Welcome to all parents, guardians, and prospective students. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Monet Fincher, and I am the Deputy Head in the School of Creative Technologies, also affectionately known as CT. I am joined by Valmarie Momberg and Mike Maynard, who are both subject managers in our school. And we are here today to tell you a little bit more about our wonderful school and the offerings that we provide. Just a gentle reminder before we begin to navigate to the that you should navigate to the virtual Open Day page on our Open Window website to book a session with our student advisors should you be interested in any of our offerings or extra information. Well, without further ado, let me present my screen and then we'll take it away. Let me just do this quickly. All right, there we go. Okay. There we go. All right. You should be seeing our presentation on your screen. There we go. As I said, we are the School of Creative Technologies, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our school and the offerings that we have. So, what is the School of Creative Technologies? The School of Creative Technologies is an innovative and cutting-edge faculty at Open Window that aims to shape the thinkers and problem solvers of tomorrow. The Bachelor of Interaction Design degree offered by our school is one of the first of its kind locally, offering studies in diverse and rapidly evolving creative technologies fields. This degree program provides graduates with the opportunity to build sustainable, future-proof careers in dynamic and emerging fields such as interaction design, interactive development, or three-dimensional design. All our subjects within the School of Creative Technologies are geared toward developing the core skills and competencies that are necessary to function in the 21st century work environment. This includes skills like creative thinking, collaboration, technological competency, and critical thinking. So that's just a short overview of what the School of Creative Technologies is. And I just want to show you a little a picture of our team that we have working in the school. The School of Creative Technologies has a diverse and competent team of lecturers that support and develop our subjects, each with superb qualifications and industry experience to boot. All of our lecturers carry the needs of our students at heart and seek to guide them and support them as far as possible. Not all the team members are on the chat today, but if you decide to join our school, you will surely meet them at some point. All right, let's talk a little bit about our academic offering. I've already mentioned the names of our subjects, and you can see them here on screen. And as you can see, we have quite a diverse series of subjects that fall under our faculty, and each one has their own unique focus. However, the elements that bind the subjects in our school together are a bold sense of technological exploration combined with a strong user-centered design philosophy. Ultimately, our students aim to create products that not only inspire, but are also intuitive and pleasurable to use, whether this project is digital or whether the project is physical. And after this, we're going to go through the details of each subject, and we are going to be starting with interaction design. All right, so interaction design is a specialization focused on the creation and of interactive services and products unique to the digital age. This subject teaches students how to design beautiful and intuitive user interfaces that makes interacting with digital products pleasurable and effective. Interaction design can be applied to something as simple as digital alarm clocks, all the way through to more complex products such as mobile apps, websites, and interactive displays. On a first-year level, interaction design seeks to instill a foundational knowledge of both visual design and interactive digital design. Students will explore creating pixel-perfect designs with feedback loops, establish user journeys, and design error messages. In addition, students will create their first mobile applications and responsive web interfaces. First year also introduces students to the basic tools and methodologies used in the interaction design process, including wireframing and other basic research and ideation techniques. Second and third year allows students to dig deeper into this process, Students will explore research methods in more detail and design more complex digital products. Projects include interactive digital dashboards, smart space designs, technologically sophisticated service designs, and much, much more. On the screen here, you see some of the projects that our third and second year students have designed. Interaction design is a growing and exciting field that offers students many different opportunities to shape their future. Careers for interaction design include experience designer, user interface designer, usability analyst, UX designer, web designer, app designer, and almost anything that you can think of in the digital environment. The world is indeed your oyster. Now, that was our overview of the interaction design subject in our school. I'm going to hand it over to Mike now, who's going to overview interactive development. Mike, you're up. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Mornay, and hello, everybody. Again, I'm Mike, and I'm going to be giving you a brief overview of our interactive development department. So interactive development is the discipline of creating software focused on user interaction, so that human-centered design aspect that Mornay was talking about earlier. It includes skills such as programming, data management, teamwork, and technical sophistication, merged with the fundamental principles of design. The focus of our degree is on creating functional web and mobile development applications, but these skills the skills that are taught are broad enough to be applied to any type of software or programming languages. So I'm going to break down our first year for you, which is a front-end focus, meaning we cover technologies such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, jQuery. We utilize Bootstrap for responsive development, so for web for mobile, tablet, and then desktop. We also look at API integration, which is taking data from the cloud and utilizing that data in a meaningful way. We also do JavaScript unit testing with frameworks such as Jasmine.js, and we look at supplementary technologies such as the command line, Git, and GitHub for collaborations and teamwork projects. On a second year, you can expect to work with back-end technologies, mainly advanced JavaScript constructors. We look at data visualization with React.js and 3D.js, and then we focus on PHP, MySQL, Symfony, and Heroku. So all of the technologies that help support the website or the functioning of a website on the back end. On a third year, we tackle more advanced technologies. We look at C# as the main programming language. We focus on .NET Core, Xamarin, object-oriented programming, and then we delve into our iOS and Android mobile application development subjects. And then we end off with touching on some really cool technologies in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So lots of things to look at there. And then finally, to end off with this overview, some of the skills that you can expect to work as in the industry is obviously a web developer or an app developer. That's the areas that you'd like to specialize in. You're also a full stack developer. I forgot to mention in our second year, we cover the notion of mean stack, which stands for Mongo, Angular, Express, and Node. I think I might have mixed those up there, but that entitles you to be a full stack developer, which is very prominent within industry. So you can be a full stack developer. You can also be a systems analyst or a database administrator. You also can work in fields such as IoT development, which is a massive burgeoning industry, which we're all going to be seeing emerging in the future. And you can also specialize in just being a front-end developer working at an agency, or also as a back-end developer working for a major company. So I hope that gives you a bit of a insight into what we do in interactive development. And again, we're going to be having some questions later if you have any specific questions about any of those technologies.
Thank you very much, Mike. That was very informative. And like you said, if there's any questions regarding any information about the subjects, at the end of the session, we will be having an FAQ. Now, moving on to our third subject in the School of Creative Tech, we've got three-dimensional design, and I'm going to ask Valmarie to take us through this subject. Valmarie, take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm Valmarie. I'm the subject manager for 3D design. So three-dimensional design refers to most of the tactile things around us and so much more. It is a very hands-on or practical subject with a big focus on uniqueness and creativity, user-centered design, engineering, which includes CAD, technical drawings, manufacturing, materials and assembly, and the management of these processes. On a first year level, our foundational level, the skill set focus will fall mainly on the design process. The terms would be divided in communication conventions, scale and measure, context analysis and synthesis, and projects would include an intro to product design and packaging with product photography, a bus stop design, lighting design, and a consumer object design. On second year level, experimentation would be the core skill set. Form, material, technology within objects, environment and experiences, and motion would be the branching categories. Projects would include a problem-solving challenge, exhibition display design, flat-pack furniture and kinematic sculpture. And then on third year level, the focus will fall on a real-world synthesis. Social or educational design, design for complexity and technology, sustainable design solutions, and a critical personal project will be the direction for the year. And some of the projects would include a child development toy, an energy-saving appliance, spatial design, which could be a learning environment for manufacturing and advanced furniture. Yes, and that's it for the third year. Some of the career paths that you can follow with if you obtained this degree would be a product designer, furniture and homeware designer, an industrial designer, a retail and spatial designer, a mold and tool designer, a production development manager, a brand manager, a research and development manager. Yes, so if you are interested in this very exciting path, make sure to contact us.
Thank you, Valmarie. That's very informative. And that concludes the overview of all of the subjects in the School of Creative Technologies. But our school offers a lot more than simply these subjects. We also have a lot of exciting initiatives and some exciting events that is offered annually and on an ongoing basis in our school. One of these initiatives is called the Makerspace, and I'm going to ask Mike to just take us through what the Makerspace is and why this is so exciting.
All right, so Open Window is very proud to present the Makerspace, which is the house which houses all of Open Window's latest fabrication technologies, such as 3D printing, CNC platforms, vinyl cutters, and large format printers. And the objective of the Makerspace is, one, to increase innovation not only within the CT school, within all schools around Open Window, but also to try and bring down the associated costs related to these technologies that our students might face if they had to go and find these services externally. In addition to those fabrication technologies, we also have an electronics and device library. So we do a lot of creative computing classes where we work hands-on with electronics, creating alternative interfaces. And our device lab really helps our students to test out their designs, whether it be for user experience design or for development on a multitude of different devices and platforms. And again, I just want to reiterate that the services that the Makerspace offers are open to all Open Window students, regardless of your what you are studying, and where we want to encourage collaboration and innovation here through numerous different projects that we're going to be offering throughout the year.
Thanks, Mike. And in addition to that, the School of Creative Technologies also has a very exciting flagship event that we try to host on an annual basis called the School of Creative Technologies Hackathon. This hackathon is an event where the students in our school, between subjects and between years, work together in teams to create interesting and fun, smart projects using different electronics and also their skills that they've built in their different subjects. This usually culminates also in an exhibition and some exciting prizes sponsored by industry professionals. with that being said, that pretty much concludes all of the information that we have to provide to you about the School of Creative Technologies. But we are going to stay online now to answer any of the questions that you might have about our subjects and anything that you might want to know about studying with us. So that is pretty much it. Let's see if there's any questions in the stream or in our FAQ documents. Let's go. All right. Let me just finish the presentation here. Okay, let me see. I'm not seeing any questions on this side yet. Let me just have a look here. I'm on the stream at the moment. All right. All right. I don't know if these questions in the YouTube chat is necessarily directed at us. It says, are there online courses covering these topics? At the moment, most of what we do is online, but there's no specific online courses that we can necessarily follow or do at the moment. Let me see. All right. I'm not seeing anything here. I'm going to just go through some of the questions that we get that are frequently asked. One of the main questions that we have is, what is the difference between interaction design and communication design? Communication design being a subject in the VC school that was presenting just before us now, and interaction design being hosted in the School of Creative Technologies. So interaction design focuses much more heavily on the visual design and conceptualization of interactive and digital products and their user interfaces. In contrast, communication design tends to focus on more print-based products, while touching lightly on some of the digital products that you might design. So both of these subjects deal with visual design, but in very different areas of application. So I'm just checking if there's any other questions that have come in. Okay, so here's a question. So Valmarie, this is for you. Do you do 3D printing in 3-dimensional design?
Yes, we absolutely do 3D printing in 3D design. It really depends on the project that you would be doing for the term. And we also have a module in third year where we do rapid prototyping, where we do 3D printing. And with that, we generate a CAD model, and then we send an STL file towards Mike, and he will assist us in the printing. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, great stuff. Thank you very much. And this is obviously facilitated by our makerspace as well, which will be made available to the students so that they can do things like 3D printing. So the makerspace hosts our 3D printer. All right, I see here in the YouTube chat that there's a question: how much focus is on the programming aspect of creative technology? So Mike, obviously I'll take this one here, but the programming aspect only falls within the interactive development subject. So if you are studying 3-dimensional design, or if you are studying interaction design, unless you are double majoring, or unless you take modules that are specifically focused on development, you basically choose how much exposure you have to programming. So unless you take interactive development, if you take interactive development, you're definitely going to be programming. But if that's not a subject you're interested in, you don't necessarily have to expose yourself to that too much. Okay, so are there any part-time studies for degrees? I think that that question will go to our sales team. They might be able to answer that one a little bit more accurately.
I can help with that.
Okay,
so usually a degree is a 3-year program, and in that you would do 120 credits per year. If you would like to do it over a longer period, you could do it over 4 years or 5 years. If you choose to do it over 4 years, you will complete 90 credits a year. And if you do it over 5 years, you'll complete 70 credits per year.
Okay, thanks, Jane. Sorry, what's that? Okay. And then I've got a question here. It says, how would an assignment look in these subjects and how would we execute them? That's actually a great question. And I'm going to ask each subject manager to overview that question separately. And I will start with interaction design. So with interaction design, the projects usually take the shape of a visual user interface design. So this means that you might be designing a website, and all of the buttons and images and text that might be contained in the website, or you might be designing a mobile application and all the buttons, text, and images that's contained there. Usually in interaction design, this also results in a video or a prototype of these visual designs. So it will show how the thing will function without any specific programming that's necessary. So you would simulate the functioning of this user interface. Mike, do you want to talk about what an assignment would look like in our subjects and how you would execute them?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Also, yeah, very good question. So a lot of our development projects always start off with an initial brief. And then what we do is throughout the term, your lecturers will give you or teach you the technical abilities in order to execute what is required in that brief. And it's a good point to interject here that you are technically guided through every aspect of the programming languages that you're dealing with here. So as at Open Window, we assume that you have come into Open Window with no prior development knowledge or IT experience there. So you are technically guided through. Our briefs are also very practical based. So you end up with a functional outcome at the end. So yeah, and another point to add is that you do get to do a slight bit of design work. And while it's not the priority of our subject, there is a design aspect in each one of the projects. Obviously, we need to create a front end to display our work. So yeah, you get your brief, you're technically guided in class regarding how to achieve that, and then you utilize those tools and techniques that you've picked up from your lecturers to go and actually create your final projects.
All right, cool. Thanks, Mike. Valmarie, do you want to talk about the type of project and the form they would take in three-dimensional design?
Yes, absolutely. So in 3D design, we will start off with some research on current products that would be in the market, and then we will do some research on the typical user that would use our product at the end of the day. And then we would dive into some ideation sketches, and when we're ready, we will move on to CAD and technical drawings and get some manufacturing ready files. We will also do photorealistic renderings of our objects. And then at the end of the day, we will physically make them. So that's our final output for every project for three-dimensional design.
Excellent, that's great stuff. I've got a question in the YouTube stream here. Can I just ask why mean stack is preferred over MERN stack, since React is a widely more adopted in industry? So it seems like this person is asking whether React forms a part of our curriculum. Mike, do you want to talk about that?
While I don't directly give those classes, that's given by our lecturer, Ruan de Necker. I'm not too sure about what you're offering about the MERN, but we actually have React as a core component of our second year. So while we do look at mean stack as supporting modules, we specifically look at React as a fundamental focus in our second term of second year. And that is coupled along with 3D.js for data visualization for your front end. So we do cover React, if that is the question being asked.
All right, cool. I think that it's also good to point out at this point that the subjects in the School of Creative Technologies, we are aware that these subjects are very dependent on technological innovation and changes in industry and progression in technology. So we do keep our finger on the pulse of how industry changes, what technologies are becoming relevant and which technologies are falling away. And we do try to adapt our course content in order to reflect the most current standards in industry. And this happens in interaction design, in interactive development and three-dimensional design. So we do make sure that our subjects stay on track and stay technologically and progressively relevant. All right, I see that there's another question here in the YouTube stream that says, could you please give examples of what graduates are doing currently? So I think I'll ask each person to maybe go through that separately, but on the interaction design side, I can say that many of our interaction design students are finding jobs all around the industry, and this could include working for corporates like banks. So some of our students find their ways into the banks and work as user experience designers, or they work as interface designers or researchers there. We also have students finding their way into different studios, more boutique studios, where they might be designing mobile applications or also doing user experience work in research. And we also have students that work for consultancies. So this might include places, the names escape me now, but there's a variety of consultancy agents, consultancies that our students work for, where they get hired out to different businesses and might do user experience design and interface work there. But our students also, some of them work for themselves as freelancers. I can also say that there's no problem in terms of job opportunities in the field at this moment. Even now, in these current times, our students are still finding opportunities, and there's still a lot of work for interaction designers in industry. Mike, do you want to talk about where some of our students ended up if they do interactive development?
Sure thing. Thanks, Monet. All right, so we know the world is going towards the digital landscape in almost all sectors. So it wouldn't be unsurprising to get work in almost any sort of digital sector that you can find as a developer regarding whatever speciality you would like to focus in. However, what I can comment on is we can understand things as two major sectors, is either agency or corporate work. And that really depends on what type of engagement you want from your development career. If you want to be a little bit more creative or have a little bit more say on the final project, or work with a team of creative designers, you might find yourself working in agency. Whereas if you are more of a back-end person that enjoys, creating systems and analyzing systems and doing web architecture and dealing with, the technologies that run the internet, then you can work for major corporations where, you don't have to engage in the sort of creative aspect or have to deal with people on a day-to-day basis. So I'd say mainly those are our two avenues, is agency or corporate. But to be honest, in this world, this digital world that we're in, you can kind of carve your own career out of any digital industry that you might be interested in.
Okay, cool. So again, there's a lot of opportunities for our interactive development students. Val-Marie, do you want to maybe talk about where our graduates in three-dimensional design end up?
Yes, absolutely. There's quite a few students that ended up in consulting firms. So they're basically doing different projects in industrial design for other companies. And some of them landed in with packaging design companies. Others went into the more spatial arena. We've got previous students that would be designing interiors of shops, and some others they will design tented camps for another company. We also have those students that started their own design brand and runs with that. And then also we've got quite a few students that diverted into furniture design. So there's quite a few directions in which you could specialize within with 3D design at the end of the day.
Great stuff. I feel it's pertinent to mention here that all three of the subjects in the School of Creative Technologies has a lot of opportunities for students in industry at this moment. And because of the innovative nature of our subjects, becoming more and more sought after as time goes on. We have a question here. Does Open Window offer an honors program in the Bachelor of Interaction Design? I have to mention here that we do offer an honors component in the School of Creative Technologies, but our honors is aligned with the honors in visual communication. So our students who want to pursue honors can do so in the subject of interaction design, interactive development, or three-dimensional design, but it's a focus within an honors in visual communication. So so I hope that answers your question. We do offer an honors for our students in the School of Creative Technologies, but it is aligned with the honors in visual communication. So our subjects are a specialization within that. So it's good. All right, we've also got another question that I'd like Jane to answer, and it says, if a student starts in one art school like Creative Technologies for three-dimensional design and completes first year, but then wants to change to a different faculty for second year, how would that work? Is there an option to change? Jane, would you like to please address that?
Yes, sure. So on a first year level, students will select 4 subjects. These subjects can be across all 4 of our schools. You then select at the end of that year which subject you would like to major in. And the subject that you would like to major in would determine which degree you sit in. So there's definitely an option to change your focus or shift your focus at the end of a first year, because you have so much option in first year to study 4 different subjects.
All right, cool. Thanks, Jane. I've got another question here in the YouTube stream which says, what exactly is a UX designer? Thank you very much. That's a very, very good question. So I want to mention that at the moment, interaction design is a field that is still quite young and is still growing in industry. And there is a lot of confusion and overlap between different types of disciplines. But on a basic level, a UX designer, or the more longer name for that is user experience designer, is somebody that is focused on how to improve the satisfaction levels and pleasure that somebody receives from interacting with a product. So for instance, if you have a mobile application, you might help the company figure out why people are not enjoying the mobile application, what they are finding frustrating, and then you would conduct research and gain insights in order to help the design team change aspects of the product to make it better in the long term. So UX designers focus mostly on figuring out where the problems are with their different products, and then try and figure out how to improve or change those aspects to improve the satisfaction and pleasure that somebody gains from it. And this can happen in physical or digital products. So a UX designer really just tries to figure out how they can improve the experience of somebody using any kind of product. So that takes a lot of research. It takes somebody with a keen problem-solving mind, and it is a very, very sought-after skill in industry indeed. All right, so we've got a question here. What is the difference between interaction design and interactive development? Mike, do you want to take that one?
Sure, thanks, Monet. All right, so obviously the fundamentals of interaction design, you're going to be looking at creating front-end interface designs based off of the user-centered design principles. So ensuring that we create interfaces that are seamless and allow the user to achieve their goal in the most efficient way. Now, the main aspect about interaction design is that you do not have to physically create that at the end of the term, all right? You, as Monet spoke about earlier, you will create a prototype in which you will do a visualization on how your design or interface will function at the end of the day. Development, on the other hand, is more focused, obviously, towards the programming and the functional aspect of your interface or your design. While you still will need to design a front interface, it's obviously not, again, the focus of it. So the main difference between interaction design is while you focus more on the user experience of the actual product or the website or the interface, from a user experience perspective, in development, we focus a little bit more on the user experience from the functional aspect of creating a working model of that interface.
That's good. I think that and we can boil that down to that interaction design and interactive development are the same, are two different sides of the same coin, where interaction design is the front end user interface design, the visual design. Interactive development is the functional programming side of those visuals. We've got a second question here, Mike, that asks, what differentiates interactive development from other coding courses?
Okay, so this is specifically why interactive development is situated within the School of Creative Technologies, because we have this human-centered focus. So not only are you learning about how to make these, or how to make code functional and work, which is the objective of most of these coding courses that you might see online, we focus from a perspective of not only creating functional work, but creating optimized functional work. So making sure that our programming and that our functionality that we build directly correlates to user experience design and to the designs that you might come across from user experience designers or interface designers.
Thanks a lot. We also have a question here for Valmarie. How does three-dimensional design differ from other institutions offering industrial design?
Okay, so within our course, we really want to make sure that students would walk out of our course with some project management skills. They would really know how to present. And because our classes are quite small, all of them would get individual attention. So you're not disappearing in a big class. In industry, three-dimensional design would be called product design or industrial design. And what makes our course different as well, at other institutions, you don't have the option to choose other subjects in your first year. So with this, you can really choose the direction in which you want to specialize at the end of the day, which makes this quite a unique course to take.
Yes, I mean, I think that like what also differentiates all of the subjects in creative technologies is that interactive development, interaction design, and three-dimensional design all leverage off one another. So at the end of the day, all of the disciplines learn from one another and develop skills that is greater than any of the single parts involved there because of the exposure that you get to these different disciplines. So I think that we build a strong unity in our school that allows our students to learn different skills from all of the different disciplines that we offer. All right. And I'm not seeing any more questions necessarily, but up next, we have the School of Film Arts. They are going to overview all of their different subjects and give you an overview of what's happening in that school. We want to thank everybody that came to our stream today and asked questions and got some information regarding the School of Creative Technologies. We're very, very excited and passionate about the offerings that we have in our school. And we really, really hope that you guys, we hope to see you next year and that we can walk a path of success with each one of you. Please just remember that there is a sales lounge where you can ask any questions regarding our offerings and any technical questions about being, portfolios or any submission requirements, anything that you might need to know. Please just find the link for the sales lounge in the YouTube chat under the stream or next to the stream. All right. And with that, I bid you adieu. Thank you very much to Valmarie and Mike for joining me today. And thank you very much for joining us today. And we hope that you have an excellent weekend ahead. And please stay tuned for the School of Film Arts and their presentations. Thank you very, very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the presentation at the first ever live stream virtual open day by Open Window. My name is Jaco van der Merwe. I'm the head of the School of Film Arts, and I have with me 6 very capable subject managers to talk to you about the offering that the School of Film Arts can provide to your future journey of learning. So I'm going to give each of them a turn to speak a little bit later, but let me quickly introduce you just as I'm looking at them. Firstly, to Anzel Larkins. You can just say hi, Anzel. And then Lorraine Beaton from Screen Acting. I don't think any of you are showing up on the screen because your mics are off, but anyway.
Hi.
Lorraine. Lawrence Ferreira from Sound Design.
Hi.
Neil Himan from Film and TV.
Hello.
Michael Angelopoulos from Production Design.
Hello.
I'm loving these hellos. And lastly, Dr. Stavros Halvatsis from Screenwriting.
Hello, everyone.
Right. So we're all here as a team to talk to you about the School of Film Arts, and we'll also field any questions that you might have. So at any point during our presentation or during the sort of explanation of our offering, if you have any questions, you're welcome to type them straight into the live chat, which is right next to the video. And we'll make sure that we pick up on all of those questions at the end of our presentation. So just to give you a quick introduction, the School of Film Arts began as one module called video many years ago, about a decade ago, that you could take at Open Window. And over the last decade, this school has expanded into 8 major subjects, largely because of industry demand and also because of how many students are interested in making moving images. And the school has just flourished and grown. And one of the most gratifying things is seeing student work years later on TV or at film festivals or online. And we just have a really proud legacy of wonderful students who have won many awards, and just like almost every month, you know, I get word of one of our former students who has entered some film festival or has their work on TV. It's really lovely to be part of such a vibrant community of people who are making moving images. The one thing that the Film Arts School prides ourselves in is we facilitate a learning environment which produces multi-skilled filmmakers. We really believe that in a sort of ever-evolving and constantly changing working world, it's very important that you are able to do more than one thing well. So you'll see that all of our major subjects complement each other very well. And most of our students who go out into the industry, the feedback we continuously get from the industry is they love Open Window students because on any film set, they are able to think for themselves, they're able to adapt very quickly, they're able to problem solve in real time. And these are some of the most critical skills that any young person who is starting their learning journey today needs to develop. And we take that very seriously. At Open Window, we also practice the 4 C's, which are one of the most important learning things in the 21st century of critical thinking, collaboration, communication, and creativity. Those 4 things underpin everything that we do in the Film Arts School. We want to train people who are conceptually adept, who are able to think through their work, and who are also technically skilled. So it's not just about learning technical skills, it's also about learning how to think about the work that you are making. And for that reason, our Bachelor of Film Arts degree also has a strong theory underpinning. So if you enroll for the major subjects, you'll be getting a degree at the end of your studies. And that means that you have a theory component, which means we've trained you how to think and to write about the work that you are making. It isn't just a sort of technical course. We also have an honors year, which is very exciting for us. It's basically like a 4th year. And currently the honors program is just thriving. This year we have, I think, 25 students. I might be misremembering because there's just been so many honors students recently, but who are enrolled in the program and are making just exceptional moving image work. Again, competing in film festivals, winning awards, having their work screened all over the world. Just last week, I got an email that one of our previous honors students' work from last year is being screened at a festival in Amsterdam. And this just keeps happening. So it's lovely that we're seeing so much good work being made. All right, that's from me. I just want to check if there was anything else I was going to say. I think that's it. So if you have any sort of further questions, there will be a link to chat directly to our student advisors in a Meet. So at any time, you're welcome to join that Google Meet session and speak directly to our student advisors. But obviously, you can do that directly after the presentations as well. All right, let me hand it over to the subject managers to speak to you about the 5 major subjects and what each one of them entails over the sort of 3-year scope. So firstly, when you are making a film, when you're making any kind of narrative, moving image project, one of the first things you're probably going to need, unless you're doing some really experimental work, which we also enjoy, one of the most important things for any film project is the screenplay. So first of all, I'm going to ask Dr. Stavros Halvatsis to talk to you about screenwriting.
Thanks, Jaco, and welcome everyone. Yes, I'm Dr. Stavros Halvatsis, and I'm the subject manager for screenwriting. I'd like to take a moment to talk to you about our exciting courses in screenwriting at the Open Window. As Jaco was intimating, screenwriting is at the foundation of filmmaking. It's a blueprint for making a film. It seeds all aspects of the craft: location hunting, character creation, set design, lighting, everything that goes into the making of a film. Our screenwriting courses are based on tried and tested Hollywood structures, the 3, 4, and 5-act structure, the writing of exciting and colorful characters and plots, and all within existing and emerging genres of film. The first year of study lays the foundation of the craft. Our students will learn how to format screenplays. That's what the screenplay looks like on the page. They will also learn how to write log lines and synopses and treatments, both for pitching a screenplay and developing it. We will venture into the art of adaptation, adapting short stories, novels, and even video games into screenplays. The second year expands the study into a variety of story structures, such as archetypes and the hero's journey, how to write for television sitcoms, writing for advertising and corporate videos, and creating original narratives for video games and short films. And in the third year, our students learn how to create television series Bibles. Those are essential documents for pitching television series to studios. Students then go on to develop these series Bibles into actual screenplays, working independently and in groups with other writers. Additionally, we have added modules based on the craft of novel and short story writing, as distinct from screenwriting. This helps the student understand the art of adaptation more deeply, and it also provides an opportunity for those wishing to pursue a fuller writing career, which includes publishing books through outlets such as Amazon and the like. Then in the latter part of the third year, each student writes an original feature-length screenplay, taking it through 3 drafts. So upon successfully completing the degree at the end of the third year, then the students will have learned valuable communication skills, which can be used not only for writing of screenplays to be pitched to studios and independent producers, but will also have acquired skills in film analysis, the writing of articles, novels, video game narratives, writing for the advertising industry, as well as the ability to teach these skills to others. In terms of portfolio size, our degree easily competes with master's level output, which makes it amongst the most productive and competitive anywhere in the world. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see all of you budding screenwriters in that classroom soon. Thank you, Jaco.
Thank you so much, Dr. Halvatsis. Next up, I'd like to welcome and introduce the subject manager for production design to tell you about creating the worlds in which the moving image stories can take place. So here to talk about the subject of production design is Michael Angelopoulos.
Hi. Am I on? Hi. My name's Michael Angelopoulos, as Jaco just mentioned, and I teach production design in the School of Film Arts at the Open Window. So production designers are the heads of the art department, and the art department is responsible for providing the physical environments of a film's story. And by that I mean everything that is physical and will appear in the film is the responsibility of the art department to provide, from the architecture to the interiors, the sets, furniture, props, costumes, hair and makeup of characters. And we do this in two ways. Either we source what we need from the real world, or if what we need is not available or it doesn't exist, for example, a 16th century castle or a flying car, then we design and make these. And because we only need these things for relatively short periods of time, we mostly make these things out of cheap, lightweight materials that are then disguised to look like the real thing. For example, the stone walls of the 16th century castle will not be made out of real stone, but probably out of a combination of wood, canvas, plaster, and paint. So long as the stone walls look real, once they've been lit and filmed, our function has been achieved. To do this successfully, a production designer requires a wide range of skills. The ability to read a screenplay and then visualize what the world of the story looks like. That is, what the environments look like in which the action and dialogue of the story take place. The ability to research what different periods and places in history look like. The architecture, the furniture, the styles, fashions, colors, and textures of an era. The ability to communicate these ideas in the form of a number of different types of drawings. Concept drawings, storyboards, and then technical drawings. The ability to design and then construct these ideas in the forms of sets, props, models, miniatures, costumes, hair and makeup effects. The ability to organize, schedule, and budget a large and complex sequence of activities and people towards achieving these constructions. And doing this in a manner that is a sensitive interpretation of both the story and the director's best intentions for the film. The three-year production design course covers the full process of how we go about achieving this. By the end of the first year, students have been sufficiently introduced to all the basic elements of production design to be able to make an informed decision as to whether they would like to do this as a career. The second year is the heart of the course, in which we expand both the scope and depth of these production design elements. In the third year, we take the knowledge and skills acquired in the previous 2 years and apply them almost exclusively in real student film productions. And across all 3 years, most of the learning takes place via the tackling of practical projects that increase in both their scope and complexity as the 3 years progress. The kind of student who is attracted to production design tends to be someone who is, in a sense, an all-rounder, someone who is creative, conceptually strong, likes drawing and making all kinds of things with their hands, but also likes researching, organizing, planning, and getting people to work together in teams. It's a great discipline and an extremely rewarding, exciting, and diverse one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Next up, I'm going to introduce the subject manager for a thriving subject called screen acting. So for all of you who are interested in what it's like to be in front of the camera instead of just behind it as well, and often even if you're just a director wanting to make films, it is very useful to know something about screen acting from the other side of the experience. So without me having to explain anything more, I'm going to hand it over to the subject manager of screen acting, Lorraine Beaton.
Hello, and welcome, especially to those of you who are interested in screen acting. Maybe I should rather say those of you who've been bitten by the desire. It's not something that easily leaves you once you've felt it. Acting is really an ancient craft and quite a sacred one, because it requires you to go to places that other people don't necessarily want to go to. It requires you to experience things so that other people can experience them as well. If you think about all the television and series and films that we watch them because we want to feel something without necessarily going through the whole thing ourselves. And so the craft of an actor is very special and unique. And if it's something that you are interested in, then I would highly recommend considering our course in screen acting, largely because most of the work for actors in the country is in film and television. And a lot of people don't know this, but it really does require very specific techniques. You just have to watch one of our soapies, which a lot of people really enjoy, but a lot of people agree that our soapy acting is quite bad. And bad acting is often when you watch something and you can feel that it's a little bit off and it's not believable. And this happens when people are not trained to be absolutely vulnerable in front of the camera. In theater, often one can hide behind your character and behind big gestures and big voice, but the close-up is very, very unforgiving. The close-up requires that you are completely honest and truthful in that moment, that you are present in that moment. And that requires a lot of self-knowledge. It requires focus. It requires stamina. It requires a lot of skill and technique. And these are things that we cover in our 3-year course. You can expect to be challenged a lot emotionally. It's also very hard on the body. It requires a lot of discipline. We begin in our first year by training our actors in a lot of foundational sort of classic skills in voice training and movement and improvisation, in partner work. In the second year, we do a lot of method acting. You might have heard of method acting. It's a very kind of sexy part of acting. The truth is that there are many different kinds of methods and that different things work for different actors. And so we expose our students to a lot of different methods. We help them to master them so that they can see what works for them and what helps them to ultimately give compelling performances. A good film is not good unless you have really special actors that are interesting, actors that you want to watch, and also actors that are skilled in terms of using their voice, understanding how the camera is looking at them, knowing where to put their eye line, understanding blocking, and that kind of thing. And then in our third year, we really focus on giving our actors plenty of experience in front of the camera. If you are camera shy, you're going to really struggle in auditions in this country. And so we make sure that by the time you leave, you are so comfortable in front of the camera and that you have acted as a lead in at least 2 films. And we write scripts specifically for each actor. We give them a lot of special attention, which is something that I'm finding is quite rare in this country, to study acting and to get real individual attention. And we shoot on location, and we make sure that they're also well-shot films. So this is what we are offering. Something that also makes our course really unique and that I'm quite happy about is that it's offered as one of a double major. You are allowed to double major. This is not the case at a lot of the other institutions that offer screen acting. And I think it's important to take something else so that you are multi-skilled when you go into this industry. As Jaco said, it's something that I would also recommend for people who are very interested in directing, especially directing actors. if you are taking film and TV, screen acting is a very good way of understanding how the actor's mind works and how you can get specific performance out of them. Also, something interesting for people who are interested in character animation, understanding the body and the voice and character work is also something that will really help you in your career as well. But like I said in the beginning, if you've been bitten by the acting bug, if it's something that you desire and you can't get out of your mind, then come in and do it at Open Window. We promise to take you to the depths of screen acting and of yourself. That's me.
On that intriguing note, so if you think about the filmmaking process, one of the first things you would need is your screenplay. Then you would need to start thinking about your set design, your art department, what your movie is going to look like. Eventually, you'd be casting some actors to play the various roles of the characters that you've sort of dreamed up. And that's already been covered more or less by 3 of the presentations. Another big part of the audio-visual experience of basically watching any moving image project these days is, of course, sound design. Now, sound design is currently housed within the Film Arts School because a lot of what we do in sound design is based on film and television projects like capturing live sound, etc., and editing and stuff. But sound design also services the whole school more or less because it does plug into game and animation and creative technologies, etc., in lots of interesting ways. So we're very excited about the sound design subject. It's growing rapidly. It also recently on the 3rd year level has got a little bit of music composition even in there because we always have students asking about music and stuff. And all 3 sound design lecturers at this point are actually practicing musicians. So that's also very exciting. But I've already said too much because I enjoy sound design very much myself. But let me hand it over to the subject manager of sound design, Lawrence Ferreira.
Hi, I'm Lawrence, the subject manager for sound design. So, if you are awakened by sound and how it affects the mood and meaning of a dramatic landscape, sound design could be your platform of expression. Creating a soundtrack requires crafting the right synergy between silence, ambience, natural sound effects, music, dialogue, and action on screen to create the perfect emotional landscape for the film's story. This will be your job as the sound designer, and it's the art of immersing the audience completely into the film's reality. You will receive comprehensive training to enable you to create dramatically appropriate, high-fidelity audio content for film, radio, television, and games. Like Jaco already mentioned, sound design is a subject that ties into many of the other subjects in film arts as well as animation arts. What sets sound design at Open Window apart from other sound courses is the focus that we place on sound as a narrative and creative medium. We are not only interested in the technical side of sound, but also in its ability to function as a vehicle of storytelling. So you will, of course, learn all of the technical skills from 1st year all the way to 3rd year to enable you to, for instance, use all of the gear correctly, to record your own sound effects, to do recordings on film location sound, all the way to dialogue editing, post-production, dialogue replacement, as well as creating and implementing sound for interactive media. In 1st year, you'll receive an overview of all the skills required to start your journey into sound design. This will include projects like recording your own collection of sound effects, working in groups to recreate the sound of animated films, telling stories using only sound, and other kind of related projects. At the end of this 1st year, you'll be able to do sound for all your other subjects, as well as perhaps be the sound designer for someone else's project. In 2nd year, we start to develop the students as creative individuals, enabling them to express themselves with sound while developing their technical skills in relation to industry requirements. In 3rd year, we really take all of these skills and bring them together and take them to another level to really prepare students for industry, while also focusing on developing each individual creative voice of the students as sound designers. What makes sound design an interesting subject as well is that it really caters to a number of personality types. So if you're the kind of person who likes to sit behind a computer, not interacting with people that much, then there's a place for you in sound design. On the other hand, if you're really outgoing and you like to be surrounded by people all the time, sound design has you covered there as well. Like Yaku mentioned, on the third year level, we also have a different kind of limb of the sound design course, which focuses on music production and creation for anything that relates to the moving image, which is really quite an interesting course as well. So if you guys have any questions about those things, feel free to put them in the YouTube comment section. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. So as Lawrence just said, if you have any questions at any point about any of the major subjects or about the School of Film Arts offering, you're welcome to drop them in the YouTube comments. I see there are some questions coming in, and our team of student advisors are there busy answering questions. If there are any questions left over from there that sort of haven't been answered fully, we will field them directly after these talks if there is still time. Okay, so we've covered 4 of the 5 major subjects in the School of Film Arts, and the subject which in many ways is central to the film arts offering is, of course, film and television. So here to explain more of what that course entails, I have 2 people with me. I'm going to firstly ask Neil Heeman, the subject manager of film and television, to explain the offering of the major subject, film and television. Neil.
Hello everyone, I'm Neil Heeman, subject manager of film and television. So basically the film and television subject brings together everything in terms of a very practical approach on working with the moving image, the sound, the script, the cinematography, all aspects that ties into creating those worlds in a very practical aspect. So film and television offers excursions and explorations into commercial, subcultural, documentary, and conceptual filmmaking, with the greatest emphasis on independent filmmakers' production processes. The film and television subject takes a very practical approach to develop visual story worlds set for the various media outlets. If you have a burning passion to tell your stories using the audiovisual medium, this subject allows you to develop and explore your creativity and become a future filmmaker or visual artist. So in the first year level of the film and television subject, excuse me, we explore, this opens up the beautiful world of the moving image through introductions to the foundational conventions of the discipline. Students are introduced to screen space and how to start developing their critical thinking skills around the ideas using the basic approaches of film and television and visual screen communications. Essentially, level 1 of the subject teaches students theoretical and practical approaches to using a new language, the use of film language. After completion and understanding of the foundational level, students will be drawn into alternative means of filmmaking and visual expression at level 2. The emphasis of level 2 of the film and TV subject is placed on conceptual development, critical thinking, and appreciation of storytelling and narrative, specifically within the African and South African context. Further to this, students will build on their practical approaches to filmmaking and visual storytelling within different production situations, specifically looking at alternative ways of making films, looking at the documentary aspect of filmmaking, conceptual, experimental, and episodic filmmaking. At level 3 of the subject, all the acquired practical and theoretical skills from the previous years are shaped and enhanced for the individual student to locate his or her creative voice in the art of filmmaking and visual storytelling. After completion of the final year, students will be able to enter the film industry as a valuable contributor into the discipline of the moving image. We also offer at level 3 a focus skill in cinematography, where the students can hone their skills to create and control images that enhance their storytelling. This this focus skill specifically looks at camera and lighting operations for the cinematographer and how best to tell the story through a visual means. Some of the career paths that are offered and is possible for this subject is production managers, editors and colorists, documentary filmmakers, corporate filmmakers, independent filmmakers, film and television directors, commercial directors, and cinematographers. This is a very exciting subject, which brings all of the aspects of film and television together.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yes, so if you take film and television, of course, you do get exposed to all of the other disciplines of filmmaking, but you know the majors are there so that you end up specializing. And of course, you can double major, and on first year level, we actually ask you to pick four major subjects. I also want to mention that the school that is presenting after us, the School of Animation Arts, originally the Film Arts and Animation Arts schools were housed together, and you can take many of those courses together. They do complement each other well. I just want to mention that in case there was confusion around that. Okay, apart from only having film and television as a major subject, we also present a one-year program. It's not exactly a one-year program. It's a film and television certificate. Sorry, we have all these terms for the different things that we provide. We really do have a very wide course offering, everybody. So please make that you're reading everything on the Open Window website to make sure that you understand all the options that are available to you. So here to speak a little bit about the film and television certificate is the level manager for that course, who has been teaching it for a number of years now and has produced some remarkable results with some beautiful short films that get finished during that year. Anzel Larkins. Anzel, over to you.
Thanks, Yaku. Hi, everyone. I'm Anzel Larkins, and I'm the level manager for the film certificate. And that means it is a one-year program, but it is a national certificate. So if anything that we've discussed in film arts sort of appeals to you, but you don't necessarily know what you want to focus on because everything seems absolutely fascinating and like you just want to do all of it, this is where the film certificate will definitely enrich your life. We have this luxury of playing in a world where we cover all of the elements that we offer at Open Window as degree subjects in a shortened version that is an introduction that can be the stepping stone for your career moving forward. So like Yaku said, we do produce short films, narrative short films by the end of the year, and you work the entire year to upskill and get to that point where your short films become festival ready. And we're always very excited to see what our students produce at the end of the day. So if we look at the structure of the year, we start off with film terminology so that we understand how we communicate on set, how do we get the most out of the people who are in our cast and crew, and how to communicate on a professional set in the industry properly. After that, we move on to DSLR cinematography. So this is an introduction into how a film is filmed. And then obviously we need to edit that. So we go into post-production to make sure all of the footage that we have shot can now go into a professional edit. We also move on to audio in film, where we do on-set film recording and some post elements over there. And then the really exciting part kicks in, where you write an original screenplay. So we teach you screenwriting as well. That goes into further development, and that will be your ultimate film for the year. So you go into pre-production and visualization, where you learn how to produce and how to initiate these programs. You go through production design and the casting process. And although we don't offer any acting modules in the certificate, we do have a class or two where we explore a little bit. But it does teach you how to communicate with your actors and respect that. And finally, we have quite a lengthy module that is specifically dedicated to film production, so that you have something quite gripping to add to your portfolio at the end of that year. whether it is to continue into the degree with now a better understanding of what you would like to specialize in, or if this basic introduction of the film industry as a whole is enough for you to go and spread your wings out there before you come back to do your degree.
Thank you very much, Anzal. I see we have about 4 or 5 minutes left before the School of Animation Arts will begin the presentation. So we will probably be able to answer 1 or 2 of the questions that have come through from the YouTube chat. Please notice that we've also put up a film arts showcase of recent third-year work. You can find that in the description of the YouTube channel. It showcases about 8 or 9 films made by third years from the last year or 2. You're welcome to just sort of watch that after this presentation. We'll leave that up. Usually those films aren't even sort of public. We'll leave that up for a day or 2, just especially for people who are tuning into our virtual open day as a little bonus treat for you guys to see what we get up to see some of the finished work by our third years anyway. So we do have a few questions that came through. I think we'll field just 1 or 2. I see the animation arts guys are ready to do their presentation. For Lorraine, if you're still there, very quickly, how do you bridge the gap between open window and the acting industry? Lorraine, if you're still there, I'm not sure if you...
I am.
Okay.
Well, we have a course in the third year called The Working Actor, which is all about how to get an agent and what kind of agent you would want. We also look at the country, and for example, if you are an Afrikaans speaking actor, then you rather want to be in Joburg. There's a lot of dynamics to do there. So we try and equip you with lots of skills and social skills to get into the industry. There's a lot of things that that you need to take into account in terms of how you look and how you behave and that kind of thing. And but really the big thing is getting an agent. So we try and help you to choose an agent and then to know how to actually get in there. We also do headshots at the end of the year so that you've got headshots to take with you into the industry. But bridging the gap, to be honest, it's got a lot to do with hunger. How hungry are you? If you really want to be an actor, you will be an actor. You will go and find an agent. You will go and find work. You will go to audition after audition until you get in there. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do, but we try and help you as much as possible. Another way that we do that is we get lecturers in that are actually in the industry, and we try to connect you to them so that they can at least give you information about how the industry works. So we get working actors to also take some of the modules. But like I say, ultimately, it's up to how hungry you are.
Thank you very much, Lorraine. And that obviously rings true for all of the subjects, especially in the sort of evolving work world in which we find ourselves. Another question that's come through is there a portfolio required for film arts? That's obviously when you're applying to study for the film arts degree. The answer is yes, but obviously we know that most prospective students are coming out of high school and haven't had a chance to make films yet or do sound design projects or show off their moving image skills, and are actually wanting to join us to learn those very skills that they need to be able to make projects. So we basically accept any signs of creativity in your portfolio, even from drawings or self-made clips or illustrations or photographs or anything that you've made on a creative level. The film arts lecturers have seen enough work by thousands of prospective students to be able to kind of look at what you're producing and in conversation with you, guide you into some subjects that would possibly suit your creative learning journey. I think each subject manager has made a good case for how each subject is well suited for many different types of people. Whether you're more introverted or extroverted or whatever you're into, all of these subjects can help you develop your creative skills. I see another question coming through. Let me just see where that one is now. I lost it there. If you major in film and television, is sound design compulsory? So yes, we've made those 2 compulsory on first year level only. If you want to see a good answer for that, just look in the YouTube chat section. Yuasha has answered that question quite nicely. I'm just noticing that we have officially run out of time. So I just want to thank all the subject managers who have made themselves available today. This was a really fun exercise doing the virtual open day together. This video will, of course, be available afterwards on our YouTube channel, so you can watch it at your leisure and rewind and fast forward to make sure you get all the juicy bits of information that the lecturers have dropped for you. There was one other thing I was going to say. Yes, do check out the Film Art Showcase. That's in the description section here. We'll leave that open just for a day or two for you to look at. And now it is a pleasure for me to welcome the School of Animation Arts and the head of school, Stefan Karlitz. I think we might have a little break in between just to give them a chance to settle down inside the Google Meet. But directly after this presentation, we will move to the School of Animation Arts. I also just want to give a quick shout out to our behind the scenes crew here at Open Window who's making this virtual day, Open Day possible. Chantal and Christu specifically, who have worked very hard behind the scenes and are working hard right now just to make this live stream possible. Thanks a lot, guys. It's been a lot of fun. And hopefully we'll see you on campus in the very near future. Goodbye.
Hello there. My name is Stefan. I'm the head of the animation school at Open Window. The animation department forms part of the Bachelor Film Arts, excuse me, Bachelor of Film Arts. And traditionally we will all, and there's this little story I like to tell, where we all started off as the Open Window School of Visual Communication. We started off with subjects like design and film and multimedia, and it grew into what it is today, where we can see the different creative paths, explore the mediums and expand. So we're really excited to keep on that trajectory and carry on building Open Window. And that's kind of where I feel animation arts is really strong. We love looking at new ways of exploring the creative arts. We take on and adopt new technologies. We experiment, we play. Most importantly, I think we learn through play. We learn by doing things, and we learn by sharing this experience with others. So we have a very close-knit community at Open Window. The School of Animation Arts, we work really hard. We work long hours. We stay up and chat online. We work on projects together. It's very collaborative in its nature. It also thrives online, so it works really well to to work together in a team, but also to work remotely. You can actually be anywhere in the world and work on animation content. A lot of big studios and big companies actually have satellite workforces that they communicate with online. So the world is really your oyster when you work in this medium. Now, we obviously have a lot of support from our team of lecturers and subject managers and level managers, and we have a lot of different subjects that we offer in the Animation Arts School, which I'll tell you more about. But first of all, I'd just like to introduce you to our subject managers. The three main subjects in the school is 3D animation, motion design, and game design. So Jan van der Walt is our motion design subject manager.
Hey, how's it going?
Then we have Sean Viljoen for 3D animation.
Hi, I'm Sean.
And Jared Branches for game design.
Hey, I'm Jared.
Now, within the School of Animation Arts, we also have focus skills, and among those focus skills is visual effects and game development. Now, we also run a certificate in 3D animation and VFX, and our level manager for that is Nicola Clark.
Hi, everyone.
Cool. Right, so we all work together. We used to work really closely together in a small little office, and then we kind of expanded and grew out of there. And we have, I think, 5 studios dedicated to the school with top-of-the-range equipment, and that are all geared towards producing animated content. Our content ranges from 2D animation, motion graphics, to 3D visualization, animations, games, apps, whatever you can do with the medium. It's really versatile, and it's being used more and more in a variety of fields. So I'll actually let you hear it straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak. And if Jan could please tell us more about his subject, motion design.
Okay, so I'm Jan van der Volt. I'm the subject manager for motion design. And I'm going to be talking you through what we cover in our subject. So motion design is essentially the application of aesthetic movement to digital elements in order to communicate ideas and concepts more clearly. Now, to put this simply, this basically means animated graphic design. We apply design principles to 2D and sometimes 3D elements in order to get those ideas across. Now, the types of things that we do in motion design include the animation of 2D characters. Now, this can be done with assets that you've created digitally on screen using something like Adobe Illustrator or Photoshop. We can also kind of use photographs in order to put together and cut up pieces of elements to put together to create characters like this Trump character in the middle here. We also create animations of digital elements. So these could be logo animations or loading animations or elements for web. In addition to that, we create UX and website animations. So if you look at the apps that you have on your phone or on your iPad, any of those kind of more interesting aesthetic animations that you see in there would have been done by a motion designer. And then we also do elements for Instagram as well. In our first year, we focus on the basics. So we look into creating students who have a strong understanding of the 12 basic animation principles. In their second year, we look at focusing on improving their craft and improving their technical abilities. So improving their proficiency in industry standard software like Adobe After Effects. And they'll also use Adobe Illustrator and Adobe Photoshop in order to create their 2D elements. Over the course of that first year, we first teach them the most important kind of essential animation techniques in After Effects in term 1. We move on to teaching them how to create characters that are specifically designed to be animated. We then move on to a term in which we do only animation of characters that we've designed in that previous module. So we create a walking, talking character. And then lastly, in term 4, it gets a little bit more complex, where we look at how we can create a complex but efficient rig that allows maximum flexibility for animation of 2D characters. Okay, then in third year, our focus shifts to more conceptual considerations and honing students' personal expressive abilities through motion graphics. We focus on structuring information, ideas, and messages while integrating digital and traditional animation techniques as well. But our main emphasis is on developing a student's individual voice and style as a motion graphic artist. There are a few different modules that we do over the course of that third year. One of them is information visualization. During this subject, we look at teaching students how to represent large data sets in an intuitive and visually interesting way. So they produce graphic models that focus on allowing people to see, explore, and understand complex data in a more effective manner. Moving on from there, we extend the abilities that they have picked up over the course of the 2D character animation module from second year, and we focus specifically on constructing compelling performances through the 2D characters that they design themselves during this module. And then finally, in term 3, we do a 3D for motion module in which we help them to integrate 3D skills and 3D characters into their 2D animation workflow. Now, with motion design, there are a lot of different career possibilities. There's a lot of different things that you can do with motion design. You can go into motion graphics proper. You can create infographics or explainer videos. You can do 2D animation for short films. You can do user interface or user experience or app or web animations. You can also do animations for advertising in the commercial sector, as well as title sequences, music videos, instructional design, and e-learning. And that wraps up motion design. Back to you, Stefan.
Thank you very much, Jan. I'd also just like to sneak in a little plug here for our little virtual campus that we built. So the game design department's been really busy. Actually, we've had it as a mobile app, and then we keep on revamping our campus and changing it up, and then we have to go back and update it again. But the latest version is live and in open beta. So if you want to navigate to virtualwindow.co.za, and at the bottom there's an open beta. You can go around, check out the campus, and see some other virtual characters potentially run around and do their thing. Right, so back to the program. So a lot of people kind of move from 2D traditional animation to enhancing those skills with some complementary subjects, like Jan also mentioned all the possibilities, but something like illustration works really well with motion design. 3D animation could enhance how the graphics are portrayed, and obviously generate additional graphics with that. So there's a lot of other subjects that in the broader open window offering that complement each other. And one of these, like I mentioned, is 3D animation. So if we can please have more of that. Thank you, Sean.
Cool. Okay, so 3D animation really is sorry, did that share? Okay. It's really a tool of the imagination. Okay, so everything we can imagine, we can create in 3D. Virtual worlds, virtual characters, it's all doable with 3D tools. But recently it's also become really beneficial using 3D printing to take these virtual things that we create and actually bring them into the real life. So it's a very versatile tool, and it's very useful in the visual industry. So first off, the software we use is called Blender. It's an open source 3D animation package. It's a full package, which means you can do any 3D art in it. You can do modeling, texturing, sculpting, even editing and sound, and it's a full package. And because it's open source, it means there's a community that constantly works on it. So it's constantly improving. When new technology and new features come out, when big Hollywood studios like Pixar or Disney have new tools, the people that work on the Blender software make sure that those tools are available to the artists as quick as possible. So every few months there's a new Blender coming out, and the tools are just really up to standard, and up to industry quality, and it's really good. Those two images there are projects that's been made with Blender. Blender, the developers themselves, they make a short film every year or so to test out their tools. That's the one there on the left, Spring. And then Next Gen is a feature film that was made mostly with Blender and released by a Canadian studio and released on Netflix. So check those out. Okay, so 3D animation can be applied to a wide variety of industries and job opportunities. Most of our students would like to go into the film and television area, which is growing in South Africa currently. We've been making television series, a few for the BBC, and there's one being developed for Norwegian television. And then there's been a few films like The Revolting Rhymes and Kumba and those things happening. And there's more interest and funding happening in South Africa for that. But other industries that use 3D animation is advertising. I think we've all seen 3D animated TV adverts and point of sale adverts on digital billboards and stuff. Video game art also relies heavily on 3D art, especially obviously 3D games. The visual effects industry uses 3D technology a lot. All the big high concept films that come out of Hollywood these days, like the Marvel things and the Star Wars stuff all use 3D graphics to create those visual effects. 3D printing, rapid prototyping, using 3D technology to create real world stuff and test out new products and new ideas. Visualization, people like architects and industrial designers and interior designers use 3D artists to visualize their content before it's produced. So an architect will build a house in 3D or a building or something in 3D and look at it, make design changes and present it like that to potential clients before they actually spend the massive costs of creating those buildings. Simulation, 3D technology also uses that. We use simulation for testing medical experiments or things like engineers use it to test wind resistance of buildings or how a building will stand up to earthquakes. All sorts of things can be tested in simulation. And then software and application elements. So anywhere there is 3D graphics, a 3D artist would have had a hand in it. So in our course, we throughout the three years. In the first year, we teach you the basics, the fundamentals, and the interface of Blender. So we teach you the software you're going to be using, how to create 3D models, create your own content, and how to texture and shape those things, make them look nice. You can see there's a student work on the side there. We you design and model your own like kind of droid and things, and then we also teach you the fundamentals of animation, just the basic 12 principles of animation. In second year, we build on your technical skills and then also involve more aesthetic abilities. So you design and create your own characters. You get the character ready for animation by rigging it. We go into body mechanics animation, how things move, how action animation or action is animated, and then performance animation, having these characters perform and act and talk. You also design your own environment for your character, and then finally you light and render and set all of this up in one final piece. There's a second year animation on the right there. Okay, in the third year we do short films, so we then build on top of your existing skills with introducing problem solving and film making techniques to make a short film. So you work in a small group to do a film. We do the whole thing from pre-production through to creating all the models and the environments, then planning the film by pre-visualizing it, editing it, doing all the cinematography. We animate the characters, and then we finalize the film with lighting and rendering and all the textures. And this film is ready to be put on, presented on online festivals or physical festivals, and you have a final completed film at the end of that year. There's also a focus skill that goes along with 3D animation, stop motion and VFX. We start introducing the skills throughout modules in second year. So there's an intro to stop motion, how to actually animate things by hand, frame by frame. Digital compositing is combining different elements of footage and 3D animation together to make a nice effect. VFX Toolkit is an introduction of all the kind of skills that you need for VFX, like tracking cameras and projecting things on 3D objects and green screen and things like that. And then 3D effects and simulation using software to you know, do particles and smoke and explosions. And then in level 3, we use those skills and you build a bigger project. It's usually a high concept project, which means it's things like sci-fi, fantasy, or horror, which utilizes VFX to a large extent. And it's a mixed media approach. So things like motion design and film and TV and all those things kind of mix together in this skill to create like believable footage that mixes the different medias together. We really focus on the integration of live action and CG footage. So like on the right there, we've got a real actor with obviously a virtual robot, and that environment is a mix of things that were shot in camera and built in computers with 3D tools. And we really focus on world creation and believability in that subject. There's a lot of resources for Blender and things like that online, so feel free to check it out. You can download Blender today, install it. It's completely free. You can start messing around with it, and there's a lot of places, especially if you're trying to figure out Blender today. I suggest checking out Blender Nation. Make a Blender Nation account. There's a lot of resources and things you can download, tutorials you can do, and there's a very big and strong community online for Blender. These are also other open source software that we sometimes use. Krita for photo manipulation, Inkscape for vector graphics, and OpenToon's a 2D animation package. Okay, back to you, Stefan.
Cool. Thank you, Sean. So yeah, Blender can be used for pretty much anything. We use it for 3D mainly, but it has some video editing, compositing, sculpting. I saw some VR implementations of Blender. So it's a really exciting tool, and once again, it's a lively community. We like using tools where there's a lot of openness and sharing, and it's collaborative. It's a collaborative medium. All of the tools that we use and all of the disciplines that we work in require people to, even if it's just for inspiration purposes, but require people to work together and to support each other. So what I'd like to do is just ask Nicola to tell us a little bit more about the certificate, because it ties in mostly with our 3D animation content. So Nicola.
Thank you, Stefan. All right, so when it comes to the 3D certificate, it is a one-year program very similar to the film and television certificate. And in the year, you'll be covering 8 modules that run throughout the year. And these 8 modules will cover all the main disciplines in the 3D medium. We also include some modules in game design, compositing, and motion graphics. So it's just to dip your toes into sort of the 3D creative field and some of the surrounding subjects that affect it. As Jan and Sean have said, we will also be using After Effects and Blender, as well as Unity, which Jared will get into in a moment. And with these 8 modules, you'll complete 8 separate projects, which you'll compile into a showreel that you can either use to start your career in the 3D creative medium, or even start your journey into the degree program. Thanks, Stefan.
Cool, you guys are too quick for me. I'm trying to type feedback on YouTube, and then also, all right, cool, but I'm back. So what I really like about our offering is that, again, everything feeds into each other. With 2D, you can make 2D animations and elements and design elements for games, and with 3D you also like add that and make games out of 3D content. So game design is basically a culmination of everything that we do, with a little bit of game logic and development plugged into that. So here's Jared Branges to tell you a little bit more about how that works.
All right. Is my sound quality fine?
Your nails look lovely.
Thank you. Yeah, this camera is very unflattering. All right. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about game design, and arguably the most fun subject of all of them. So once again, Sean kind of spoke to you a bit about using open source software in the form of Blender. We also use another free program called Unity, which is one of the most popular game engines in the world. And the reason we use Unity over any other software like Unreal or Godot is simply because it is the most diverse engine that we could use, giving you, the students, a broad range of platforms and different forms and uses for the software. So it's multi-platform, so that means we can develop for PC, for console, for mobile, for whatever device there is, and there's a whole list of platforms that are supported by Unity. Also, one of the more interesting ones is then using augmented reality or VR as well, and we do cover all of that in the course, which I'll get into just now. In terms of job opportunities using Unity, the list is endless. The tools, this tool that you get taught can be applied to many different industries, which I will explain in a bit. Also want to just say that Unity has a massive asset store with thousands of assets available. Some of them are free, some of them are paid for, but what this means for us as developers and designers is that we can quickly get something out or create a project for a client very quickly and at high quality without having to go and create every single thing from scratch. In terms of games and the industries and the work opportunities, like I said, it's not just about entertainment. It goes into many different industries, such as service delivery and indie development. This could be stuff like simulation as well, so doing mining simulations or training simulations as well. Game design, animation, art, development, that would be more of the entertainment type stuff. You could also be a technical artist, so that's bridging the gap between being a developer and an artist. You could also do virtual reality and augmented reality things. Augmented reality has become very popular in the advertising space as well now, with many companies using that as a sort of cool gimmick to explain certain products or have like a business card come to life when you point your camera at it. Virtual reality is very useful for training as well, and you can also make custom controllers, which is very cool. Like you could have a chainsaw that actually, you carry a chainsaw around, it gets tracked by sensors, and you can have a game that trains you in using this, this chainsaw. Mobile games as well. Over 90% of the games on the Apple App Store are made in Unity. So there's a wealth of opportunity to be made here. On first level, we introduce you to game design. What is game design? What is Unity? How does this all work together? How do you go from A to B with just the general understanding of how the whole thing works? Then we teach you about game controllers, how to make a character and a character walk around on the screen. How do you take input and move that into a virtual space? Then we look at casual games. So these are games that are somewhat doable as a single person or small team. We look at the indie culture as well. How are games being made by small teams and stepping outside of the bounds of the AAA, regiment of, amazing graphics and, 80 hours of storyline, etc. And then we look finally at game art assets. What's the pipeline for creating art assets? And how do you implement those in the game, and what considerations you have to take for creating assets specifically for games. On level 2, we start looking at process and technique. So by this stage, you should have a basic understanding of Unity and what games are and how to make them. So we start refining that, teaching you then the skills to, first of all, conceptualize a game. So we go through the steps of what are all the pre-production steps involved, taking those sketches, those ideas, putting them into formal mechanics and systems, and understanding how your game's going to work, what considerations on a design level you need to have, how do you think the player is going to react to certain things in the game. Then we look at making game mechanics. So this is the technical side of how do we make a character move, how do we make a gun shoot, how do we make mechanics work. Then we look at indie game development. So this is where we'll do a little team project, and you'll have a better understanding of the sort of things you enjoy. So if you're more development inclined or artistic inclined, then you can take that role fully in this team dynamic and run with it. And then finally, we look at level design and world building as well. How do we create immersive worlds in games and bring that to life? Joining art and development together there. Then the modules that complement that, we have concept art for games. And even if you're not an artist, this is a great module just for understanding the workflow and trying a different outlet of creativity as well. Then we have interactive animation. We look at how do we bring animation into the world. So if you're double majoring as an animator and game designer, then this is a great little bridge for bringing those two worlds together. Then we do real-time rendering and effects. So we look at all the fancy tools that Unity has to offer in terms of how do we make the camera better, how do we bring in cool effects, and what does rendering mean, how do we optimize that rendering to work on different devices, etc. And then finally, we look at sound for games as well. And once again, if you're a double major between sound design and game design, this is a good bridge bringing those two worlds together once again. And if you just want a little deep dive or little dive into sound and what sound means in terms of games, then that's a great module. Alongside that, we've got the development modules. These are relatively new, but quite successful. We've started bringing in a harder focus or harder look at development due to demand. And so we're going to do C# in Unity, teaching you the basics of what C# is as a language, as a programming language. And once you know the basics of the language, then how do we convert that into making systems? How do we make game systems and make them talk to each other? And then moving that forward into game architecture. Now, how do we take all those systems and make them better, more efficient, and just smarter and easier to use? And then the final module, world dynamics. This now brings the systems that you've been developing and all the tools and bringing them into the world and joining then art and development together once again. So we have a couple of these modules that really bring two worlds together. Game design has so many different facets and so many different ways that you can go about doing things. And it's super interesting to bring those different worlds together. Then on level 3, we look at level 3 is more focused at the design aspect of games. Now that you've gone through 2 years of making games, we take that and try and refine the design side of it. So understanding how your players are going to play your game and how do we make that better. So we do game studies and prototyping, prototyping different aspects of the game, testing for if they're sound in terms of design, if they actually work. Then we go look at game complexity. How can we take our game and bump it up a notch? Then content development for games. So we look at creating content for games in different ways. Once again, this could be art, it could be sound, it could be storylines, it could be narrative, it could be anything. It is the content that the game needs to succeed. And then finally, by the last module of level 3, we want to actually publish your game. So we want to get it out in the world for people to start playing and giving you feedback on. So our whole course is centered around playtesting, getting that feedback, understanding that feedback, where you went wrong, where you could be better, and ultimately coming out with successful projects at the end of the day. We also have a focus skill, a game development focus skill, which is specifically about creating or messing around and experimenting with different platforms, and also just different ways of approaching different things, different APIs, different SDKs to work with, software development kits, and how do we create interesting prototypes. So the first one being mobile game development. Obviously mobiles, everyone has a phone, a smartphone, and all these smartphones can play games, can use tools. And so how do we use that to make interesting games or interesting forms of communication and interaction? Then we look at X reality, so alternate reality, and this can be augmented reality or virtual reality or mixed reality as well. So taking external devices and linking them to the virtual world and melding those two together. So you could experiment with Arduinos, for instance, and creating your own controllers for a game, or you can create a similar thing to what I explained earlier of doing the chainsaw in VR and having that tracked and training someone to use a tool. It's a very cool and fun subject. Then we look at connected games as well, so making networking games and how do we take people, put them together in an environment and have them interact with each other as well. That's a cool topic. And then finally, there is procedural generation as well. So we look at how do we procedurally generate anything. It could be absolutely anything. It could be worlds, it could be dialogue, it could be NPCs, it could be whatever you name it. So this is more of a tool generation type topic. And this is Zombie Zone over here. We made this for some students and lecturers together, originally for a cylinder that's a 360 cylinder at Tix. We had it initially where your mobile phone connects to the Wi-Fi and becomes your controller to point around and shoot at zombies. And this has kind of evolved over time. We took it out of that 360 sphere to a flat projection. That was quite fun. And then we moved it into the VR space, which has been quite successful at Rage and Comic-Con. And it's just a lot of fun. We also do something called game jams, where we get together, students and lecturers alike, for usually 72 hours. And the theme is usually announced at the beginning of that 72-hour period. And you have to make a game in 72 hours. And we do about 3 or 4 of these a year. They're great fun. This was our latest one over here, Ember. Stick simulator, basically. And it's a multiplayer online game as well, still live. And yeah, no, these are great fun, a great experience, and you'll often learn a lot more in these 72 hours than you would, you know, sitting alone at home making your own game. It's great fun, great collaboration. And I don't know if Christy wants to play this video. Cool. This is just some examples of work that's been developed by our past students. So game design is just a hell of a lot of fun. If you're not having fun, you're not doing it right. So, you know, come and join us, make some games.
Yes. Hello. Are we screening a video? I'm trying to see whether we are or not, but then obviously the streams are a little bit out of sync, so I can't tell for sure. I'm really enjoying all the comments and feedback on the YouTube live stream. Thank you everyone for participating. We love interaction. It's part of, of what we strive for. You know, getting people to participate and enjoy things with us. So yeah, thank you all for coming. I almost did it again. Excuse me, 1 sec. So yeah, I lost my train of thought. Nicola, I thought I skipped you, but I didn't. I actually squeezed you in the middle of the subjects. Okay. Right, so we had some of the more pressing questions, or one that I picked up on is the reason why we use certain software applications and choose those above others. And it's something that obviously often comes up because people are concerned that you know, maybe it's not what they thought were the industry norms or the standards for those particular subjects, and that this company is using that and the other company is using this other piece of software. So I've been working in animation and actually originally in film for quite a few years, and I've used pretty much anything from 3D Studio Max, Maya, Softimage when it still existed, Lightwave, all the engines and everything. And you kind of do, in any case, when you work in this field, encounter those things at some point in time. Like, you're going to get a brief that's going to require you to pick up a new piece of software and learn to use that in a very short period of time. So, and not even that, but the software itself, its development cycles are so quick that we could teach you software for the entire 3 years, and then you would still have to continue learning that software if you go into the field. There's no end to it. The software and the technology will always continue to develop. So that's one of the things that you kind of need to keep in mind when you work in this field, is that you're going to be a lifelong learner. You're always going to have to, try and stay ahead of your competition or your peers, and try and research and explore things. Right. So back to the question, why we use certain software applications above other software applications is because we've picked the ones where we see the fastest development turnover and cycles. So for Blender, there's a massive development community. There's a quick turnover time in the tools that they bring out. It's a very lightweight and accessible software application. So that way you can introduce it to a large number of users, independent of their like technology that they have access to. So if you have a potato for a computer, you could still most likely run Blender on it. And there's so many things that you can do with Blender, from rapid prototyping to printing actual physical objects, to making virtual ones and virtual scapes. And the virtual campus that we built was built in Blender. And also these programs are becoming so intertwined and versatile that you just need to find the right workflow to get your working files into another application and you're set. A lot of studios use a sort of multi-software approach where certain aspects of their pipeline will be done in one application, or certain artists would work with their favorite application. As long as they could plug into the bigger scheme of things, it really doesn't matter. You export as a certain file format that's interchangeable between the software applications, and then you go. So we've chosen these software applications for its accessibility and its versatility. And also keeping in mind that we're not just catering for people working at, or one day going and working at a AAA studio or a big production house. We're also catering for those individuals that want to start their own companies and go on their own trajectory or tangent and produce their own content. So the independent filmmakers and independent game designers can continue to work with those tools without incurring additional licensing costs or anything like that. So I think we've worked with other software applications in the past, like Unreal and the Autodesk suite. We've just gravitated towards the ones where there's more support and more of a community behind it, and we're less locked into their licensing and terms and conditions. Yeah, cool. So thank you, everyone. We'll be around. I'll check out the stream and the questions, and please click through all the links that we've shared. There's some fun stuff there. Thank you, everyone from Animation Arts and everyone from Open Window. And I'd like to just hand over to Jane.
Thanks so much to Stefan, the Animation Arts School, and all of our schools and representatives that have been so generous with their knowledge of their specializations today. The full video of the Open Day will be available on our YouTube after the live sessions, should you wish to refer back to it. I'd also like to thank everyone at Open Window who worked very hard in putting this virtual Open Day together and making it such a success, especially all those grafting in the background, our marketing team, content developers, designers, sales team, registrars team, student support, and all the operational staff who have contributed immensely to making this possible. Mostly though, thanks to you and everyone who has joined us for the Open Day today. It has been so enjoyable, and we hope that you are as excited about Open Window that we are. For interested candidates, please remember that our student advisors are online. They're happy to help following today's events. Student advisors' details are available on our website to make it easy for you to get in touch. You will see there is space to leave your details, and the sales advisors' Calendly links are also there for you to book appointments. You can also call us on our landline. All contact details are available on our website. We are also operating as per our normal hours on our virtual platforms, so we are available during the week if you have any questions. Remember that applications for 2021 are already open. We have 400 spaces for first-year students in 2021, so please contact us as soon as possible if Open Window is the institution for you. Thank you and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for everything.
Bye.
Bye.
Woo! Well done, everyone.
Happy weekend.
Are we done?